Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're all doing all sorts of stuff. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing in today's stream before we get started. All right, so each stream we've got 4 topics we're going to be running through, and each of these topics is going to take an hour, except for the last topic, which is going to usually take about 2 hours. So the first topic we're going to be doing today is Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is a fun little easy, well, I mean, it started off really easy, but it's been becoming more and more difficult. Web app game where we can do some hacking. There's a lot of OSINT in there. There's a lot of novel technologies, and it's a lot of fun. So we're going to be doing that for the first hour, and in the second hour, we're going to be learning about JSON web tokens. So JSON web tokens are a type of authentication method that that web apps use quite often, and they encode those into cookies. And they can be abused, and they can be used to hack web apps. So we're going to be talking about how to do these JWT attacks, and we're going to be doing so with the Portswigger platform, and that's going to be the second topic for the day. The third topic for the day, we're going to be, this is not exactly too accurate anymore. We're going to be writing web apps, yes, and we're going to be dealing with PHP form software, but we're not going to be using a tutorial today. Well, we are going to be using a tutorial, but we're going to be using some ready-made software, and we're going to see how easy it is to deploy a PHP-powered forum using the software. So the software we're going to be using for the demonstration is going to be PHP BB, and we'll see how easy it is to deploy this kind of forum software. And that's going to be the third topic in today's stream. For the fourth topic, we're going to be going over to PicoCTF, and we're going to be doing some web app challenges. So by web app challenges, most of the web app challenges that are left fall into the SQL injection category. So we're going to be learning about some SQL injection for the last thing that we're doing in today's stream. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start the first topic. So the first topic is going to take about, let's say, 60 minutes. Let me put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we can start. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the first topic. So the first topic is going to be at hack.arrg.de. So this is a game called Hack the Web, and it's a very fun game. I highly encourage anybody out there who's interested to give it a go. The website is in German, but that's okay because we can change the website from German to English with a handy dandy little button over here. We can change it from DE, which is German, to EN, which is English, and then we can log in. Okay, and we're currently doing this series of challenges over here, And let's see. So there's game save 2, progress bar 2. I think we're going to be trying. We'll go in this order. We'll do factors, and then language, and then time frame, and then guide. I'm not too sure if did we complete all these? Time frame sounds kind of familiar. Let me check. Let me check to see if I've covered this challenge or not. Let's see, time machine, timestamp. No, I haven't covered it yet. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the first challenge. The first challenge is going to be this one called factors. I'll copy the link and I'll provide it to everybody in chat, just in case you want to join along with us. We'll play a little bit of music in the background as well. Okay, so we'll hopefully the music is not too loud. If it ever is too loud, please let us know, and we'll try to adjust the volume accordingly. Okay, so factors. So the first thing we want to do before we tackle each one of these challenges is we like to start our write-up. We're going to do a little write-up for each one of these challenges, because if you don't document something, it didn't happen. So 101, this is time frame. No, this is called factors. Okay, and we're going to create an MD file over at the GitHub over here. So GitHub's a very good place to keep your documentation if you're a cybersecurity student, because, well, I mean, everybody uses GitHub, and it's available for free, so why not use it? Okay, so for each one of these write-ups, we're going to record a couple of different things. So the URL of the challenge, the category that the challenge would fall under if it was a regular CTF challenge, the concept of the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so let's go ahead and solve the challenge. Well, we'll try to solve the challenge as best we can. Okay, so let's go to a new tab. We'll put in the challenge. This is factors. Why is this in German? Okay, we can actually change the the default language from English to German. Sorry, from German to English by changing up some of the cookies in here. So there's a certain cookie called HTW language preference, and we can change it from DE to EN, and then it should display in English. So let's reload the page. Okay, so factors. Let's see what's going on. I know that tools like Wolfram Alpha would be much better suited to this task. Nevertheless, I wanted to see how ChatGPT answers this question, and the result is sobering. So calculate the prime factors of this number. So, I mean, I'm not exactly a math person, so I would probably need to figure out what prime factors are. So, what is a prime factor? So a prime factor is a factor of a number that is also a prime number. So prime numbers are whole numbers greater than 1 and divisible by 1 in themselves. Prime factors are prime numbers that multiply together to equal the original number. Okay, so let's take the number 20. So the factors of 20 are 1, 2, 4, 5, and 10. Okay, and 20. So these are numbers that are divisible, that we can divide 20 by to get a factor. Okay, so prime numbers that are factors of 20 are 2 and 5. So 2 and 5, so these are both prime numbers. So prime factorization of 20 is 2 times 2 times 5, or 2 squared times 5. Okay? So 4 times 5 equals 20. Alright, so we're talking about factors for really big numbers. So to calculate the prime factors of this number, we can use the trial and error approach to determine the prime factors step by step. So let's start with the smallest prime 2 and see if it's the factor of this. Okay, so the chat goes on for many lines. You can do it 100 times better. Your answer is the largest prime factor of this number over here. So Your answer is the largest prime factor of this number. I mean, like I like to tell people very, very often, I'm not a math person, so math is not exactly my strong suit. So, I mean, if I had to answer a question like this, I would probably take the number. Well, I mean, I would probably ask, do some search or ask an AI. We'll do some simple Google search first. Maybe we can search for how to easily determine prime factors. Okay, so there are two methods. The AI is answering in this case. Let's see if we can find a non-AI answer here. Let's see, prime factorization methods. Okay, so there's this is from a math website, it looks like. We'll just take a look at it. Okay, so what do we have? So prime factorization is the way of expressing a number as a product of its prime factors. A prime number is a number that has exactly two factors, 1 and the number itself. So for example, if we take the number 30, we know that 30 equals 5 times 6, but 6 is not a prime number. The number 6 can further be factorized as 2 times 3, where 2 and 3 are prime numbers. Therefore, the prime factorization of 30 equals 2 times 3 times 5. So in this case, each one of these numbers is a Fishbone. Hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet. So we're just trying to solve some math. We're just trying to solve some math stuff over here because we're doing this challenge over here, and it's all about figuring out the prime number to, well, the prime factor to a really big number. So I am not a math person, so I decided to educate myself on this math stuff, and we're researching how to get this done. Okay, so the prime factorization of the number 30 is 2 times 3 times 5, where all the factors are prime numbers. Fishbone says, I hate math. Well, I mean, sometimes as a hacker, you're forced to do stuff that you hate. And I also don't really gel with math all that much, but that's what the computer is for. So if you can get the computer to do the math, then you can do the math. Okay, so prime factorization is the process of writing a number as the product of its prime numbers. Prime numbers are numbers that only have two factors, one in the number itself. So these are all prime numbers here. Prime factorization of any number means to represent that number as the product of prime numbers. So, for example, the prime factorization of 40 can be done in the following way. So 40 divided by 2 until we get a suitable number. So, I mean, there's probably a Python script that can get the prime factorization for these numbers very easily, instead of doing the math yourself. So I think that might be what the challenge is looking for. It's looking for your creativity in using a programming language to get the job done. So prime factorization Python script. Prime factorization Python script. Okay, so a Python script for prime factorization finds the prime numbers that, when multiplied together, yield the original number. Here's a common and efficient approach. Okay, so do we need any fancy modules to run this? Maybe not. Okay, so we'll try this out. Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, that's a hungry Paimon. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you very much for coming by. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, well, I mean, the important part is that we understand what exactly prime factorization is. And let's go ahead and see if we can solve this using Python. So we'll just use the online Python website here, and we'll plug in the code that we got from the AI and see if this works. So let's see. So example usage, number, something, something. So okay, so what we're going to do here is we're just going to call the prime factors function over here. So print prime factors, and then we have to give an integer, I think. And the integer we're just going to get from the factors challenge here. Okay, so let's go ahead and plug this in. And let's run the code. Okay, it's not called prime factors. What is it called? Prime underscore factors? Oh, I misspelled it. Okay. Alright, let's run it again. Oh, it's running. I wonder if it'll give us an answer. Okay, so well, integer times integer is less than some number. So I don't know why this script is taking such a long time. We can also run this in our own Linux terminal. So that might be faster than what is going on here. Let's see. I'm in the temp directory. Let's make a script called prime factorization.py. Okay, we'll paste in the code. We'll save it out. And then server core meltdown. Maybe, maybe not. Alright, so let's just run the Python script. It actually takes a while to run, apparently. Hopefully it doesn't destroy my PC. So the core of my Kali Linux machine is running at halfway up the tree there. Session killed due to timeout. Okay, so that didn't work. I wonder if there's a web app that does the same thing. Prime factorization online. Okay, so we'll just close out the online Python because, you know, wow, Python sure is running pretty hot here. Anyways, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here, and I think it might have entered a like an infinite loop. That might be what's going on here. All right. So prime factorization calculator. Use this prime numbers calculator to calculate the primes. All right. So enter a positive number to factor. Let's grab that number. Okay, calculate. So this is bigger than 13 digits. So it doesn't, so this application won't accept it. Okay, here's another one, prime factorization calculator. Let's calculate that. Okay, so prime factors of this number are 22231 and then a really big number. Okay, well, let's go ahead and see if this is the correct answer. Okay. So this is wrong. Well, I mean, are we supposed to just separate them out by spaces? Okay, it also says it's wrong. Okay, we can, I mean, we can also get a hint for this. Oh, the largest prime factor. Okay, so the largest prime factor is going to be this really big number here. Okay, so go. This is, the largest prime factor. Let's see if we can find another web app that that will give us prime factors, and then we can compare the two. Okay, we have another integer factorization calculator. What are we supposed to do? Okay, let's try if we can find another one. Math is fun, prime factorization calculator. Okay, so works for numbers between, well, I mean, hopefully our number isn't larger than this. Okay, let's grab the number. Okay, so it's too big. Okay, we've got Wolfram Alpha. I think this might be a... Okay, so here's another prime factorization calculator. And do we just paste it in? Okay, let's reload this. Bit says, hello, Bit, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's see. So prime factors, I guess this would be... This would be the largest prime factor because that's a really big number. Yeah, Wolfram Alpha was mentioned by the challenge. Okay, so let's enlarge this. The unfortunate thing is, it doesn't look like we can copy this. How many ones is that? So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 6. So 6 times 3, 18. So that's 19 ones. Is it 19 ones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this is the correct number. Okay, well, I mean, we used Wolfram Alpha to solve the question. And I guess we can just grab this when we provide our little write-up. Okay, so let's do our little write-up now then. So category. Well, I mean, this is... I guess if this was in a CTF, it would be in the general category. The concept is mathematical prime factorization. Okay, so prime factorization is finding the prime numbers that, when multiplied together, create a factor into a specified integer. So for example, prime factors of the number 30. Well, actually, let's just say the number 20. So the number 20 would be 2 times 2 times 5. So each of these numbers are prime numbers, and when multiplied together, results in the number 30. Oh, 20. Okay. So 2 times 2 times 5, so that's 4 times 5, that equals 20. And the method of solve, well, use an online resource to get the answer, because we are not good at math. So they're asking for the prime factorization. Actually, no, they're looking for the largest number that factors into this number, and the number is this. Okay, where was our... Here it is. Okay, and we use the following website to get the answer. And what is that website? It was the Wolfram Alpha. Here we go. And the answer is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 19 ones. Okay, done. Great. Let's save that out and move on to the next challenge. So I mean, I don't like math as much as some other people don't like math, but sometimes you need to get it done. And hackers need to find a way to get it done, even when it's stuff that you're not really good at, like math. Okay, so let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be I think it's this one called language over here. Let me get the link. If you want to join along, you'll have to log into the challenge or log into the website first. So as usual, before we tackle the challenge, we're going to create a little write-up file. Create new file. This is challenge number 108, and it's called, what is it called again? Language. Okay, so let's record some stuff. So the URL of the challenge is here. The category, we don't know yet. The concept, we also don't know. And the method of solve, we also don't know. But we're going to find out pretty soon. Neems, hello! Neems, are you still having problems with the Vulnix VM? Let me know if you are, and welcome to the stream. And let's give you a desert frog. It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so what's going on with this challenge? So it's called Language. This content is only available to users who have set French as their language. Your language setting is not supported. EN, US, EN, something something. Oh, okay, so we need to get this web page in the context of the French language in order to finish it. I think we can modify this. we can modify this with curl. And to use curl, we just give the curl command. We give the IP address we want to contact, and we can also give a few other things as well. I think they want us to send some cookies, and so to use curl, let's see, curl include cookies. So let's see. So sending cookies, use B or cookie flag. That's going to let you send the cookies. Because we have a session with the Hack the Web website. Okay, so we got B. Yeah, so we got a couple of different cookies that we need to send with our request. Okay, so these are not the cookies that we're going to be sending. We're going to be sending different cookies. Let's grab the cookies from the website. So here we can go over to More Tools, Web Developer Tools, and then from Web Developer Tools we can go over to the storage, and then we can find the hack.arg.e website, and we can see the two cookies that we need to send. So there's connect.sid, so let's copy that, and let's set it over here. We just need to get the value. So the value is going to be this thing. Copy that, paste it in here, and there's another cookie that we need to set as well. So that's going to be the language. So HTW language preference. Paste that in, and I think we can just set this to EN because we're English people. Well, we're English language people anyways. Okay, so I think we should be able to send this and get a result, or get some content from the web server. And it'll tell us that this content is only available to users who have set French as their language. So I think, did we send a language in our HTTP headers? Okay, so when we send the curl request, we can actually see the HTTP headers that we send to the server. Okay, we sent these ones over here. So user agent, accept cookie, and we need to send one for language. So it looks like HTW language preference. Oh wait. Okay, so this is fine. What does the web page say? So your language is not supported. EN-US. So let's see where that's included in our curl command here. So we're just going to run the same command, and we're going to grep for a certain pattern. The pattern is going to be EN-US. Let's look this up. Okay, so HTTP headers, and we're going to look up language. So there should be a language header. So accept language header, is that it? So HTTP headers communicate language preferences. Accept language. Okay. So it looks like accept language is the header that we need to modify. So we're just going to send the same request, but we're going to send a custom header. And the custom header is going to be, so accept language, we're going to set it to French. So which one is accept language French? Okay, let's accept language French. We'll see what it looks like. So accept language HTTP header. So Chinese, English, French. So accept language FR. So this is what we need to send to the server in order to get the correct response. So let's try this out. So accept language FR. Whoops. Okay, just need to get rid of the grep stuff. The response is baguette. Oh, the answer is baguette. That's kind of cute. So the answer for this level is baguette, and it required us to know how to manipulate our HTTP headers. So let's submit baguette as the answer, and then we can start our write-up. Go. Okay, baguette is correct. Great. So, I mean, these challenges are actually getting kind of difficult now. While they're certainly not as easy as they used to be. La baguette du fromage. That's I bet that's a popular lunch in France. You know, some good old baguette, some good old fromage. All right. So let's do our write-up. Slever says, I think I might be a hypocrite. Slevers, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Are you, why do you think you might be a hypocrite? Let us know. And, Tet2J. Tete2J? That's a great name, by the way. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so if this was a typical CTF challenge, this would be a web app challenge. The concept here is going to be HTTP headers. So each HTTP request is sent with a bunch of HTTP headers to let the server know what kind of response it should send back. Okay. TDJ, not that much. It's a pretty common French meme, is it? Is it? I'm French and la baguette du fromage doesn't exist. Really? Wow. That's... La baguette du fromage doesn't exist. So you can't put cheese on your baguette? I mean, I guess you could put cheese inside your baguette after you slice it open. But yeah. Let's see. I know a guy in school who got into fights about coding. He was rich and got a job from his dad. Like, oh, okay. Okay. Let's see. Coding and hacking stuff. What are you talking about? So what is the hypocritical part, Slevers? Let me know. Of course you can put cheese into your baguette. Of course. Okay, so HTTP headers. So this challenge wants us to modify a specific HTTP header to get the answer from the server. Okay, and it turns out that it's the accept language, right? Yeah, so accept language. So the accept language HTTP header lets the server know what language to send back to the web browser. Unfair Rabbit, hello, nice to see you here. Using AI for CCNA2, and I had a bunch of dentist appointments. Okay. Well, I mean, I hope everything works out for you, Slevers, because it sounds like, well, I hope everything works out for you, anyways. It sounds like a pretty complicated situation. Okay, and let's see. So in this case, we can use the curl command to send an HTTP request to the Hack the Web website. With modified HTTP headers. So the following curl command will get the response from the server with the answer for the challenge. Okay, and then we'll insert the curl command. You know, sometimes we sometimes we do hypocritical things. It's important that we understand why we do the hypocritical things and, you know, see if we can learn from it. And sometimes being a hypocrite, you know, it just leads you to change your mode of thinking. But don't be too hard on yourself. Okay, so we use this command over here. And we need to note the modified accept language header with the value fr. Okay, and I guess the last thing we do is we note the answer. The answer is baguette. Commit those changes, we're done. How have you been today? I'm doing all right. I'm just trying to get through today's stream. We're going to be learning a lot about SQL injection. I'm wondering if I can get that SQL injection done. We're going to be learning a lot about JWT attacks. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of learning going on today. So yeah, so I hope your CCNA exams go okay as well. All the best of luck for you in that. Okay, let's do. Oh, we got 20 more minutes. Yeah, we might be able to do maybe 1 or 2 more challenges. Okay, so the language challenge, we finished that one, right? Yeah, we finished that one. And now we can do the time frame challenge. So let's see what's going on over here. Okay, so this is the URL of the challenge if you want to give it a try yourself. And let's start our write-up. Whoops. Okay. Slever says, "What tool are you using for SQL injection?" We're gonna try to do manual SQL injection. Because the best way to learn about SQL injection is to do it manually, especially if it's not blind SQL injection, or if it's not some sort of time-based or Boolean SQL injection, which is a big pain in the butt to do manually. Okay, so let's create the file. This is going to be challenge number 76. Yeah, 76, and it's called time frame. Okay, so we're gonna answer the following things about the challenge. What is the URL? It is this. What is the category of the challenge? We don't know yet. What is the concept we need to understand to solve the challenge? We don't know that either. And the method of solve. We do not know that one either, and let's start the challenge. Slever says, I haven't tried it manually, I've only done it using SQL map. I think it's important to understand how to do manual SQL injection, because, well, I mean, if you're only relying on your tools to do to do the hacks, then I mean, you should learn about the concepts behind the attacks. It'll make you a much more well-informed hacker. Don't be a script kid. I mean, sometimes the tools are actually doing some very complicated stuff, and the stuff is kind of hard to understand. But when you can, you should try to understand what is going on, what the tool is exactly doing. Okay, let's do time frame. So time frame says, it's nice that you've been here for so long. How many minutes exactly have you been registered on this site? How many minutes have we been registered on this site? I don't know. That's a good question. How many minutes have you been registered on the site? Can we take a look at the profile? Okay, so joined. This many minutes ago. Okay, so I mean, we could take this. I mean, there's probably a website out there like called How Many Minutes Since. How many minutes since? Time calculator, duration between 2 times and dates. Okay, time duration calculator. And let's get... So the registration date is here. So I joined 2 months ago on June whatever. I mean, it's good to brush up on the basics. Let's see. So I think the year is 2025, and it was, what was the month? June 3rd. June 3rd, 2025. June 3rd, 2025, and it was when? 2:50 a.m. Okay, and then calculate. End date is, well, end date is today. Today is the 13th. Okay, calculate duration. How many is that in minutes? 2 months. This many minutes. So let's submit this many minutes as the answer. Go. That's wrong. How about we add 1? That's wrong. What? Okay, Slever says, I thought script kiddies meant people just copy and paste codes. You have a now shortcut. Yeah, there is a now shortcut. I'll be back since I need to finish your tests. Yeah, no worries. We'll be here solving more more challenges. There's a now shortcut. Okay, so now let's calculate it again. All right, so we've got our minutes. Huh. It doesn't like that answer. Maybe the... That's not... Okay, so... How many minutes have you been registered on this site? We're looking at this stuff right here, but it looks like it's not accepting the answer. So I just need to figure out what exactly is going on with the challenge. We'll take a look at some hints. Okay, and then translate from to English. Okay, but what should I calculate from the beginning of the present day or the beginning of the end online? You take the time between when you created your profile until exactly when you solved this task. Solve this task. Summertime plus minus a few minutes for safety. I don't know what that. Okay, let's try the calculator one more time. We need to make sure that the date is correct. So June 3rd, 2025. June 3rd, 2025, okay, and then this is 2:50. This should be 2:50 a.m. Okay, and then we calculate now, and then calculate the duration. Okay, so now it is this number of minutes. Let's see if we can supply the answer. Is it going? That answer is wrong. How about we put minutes on the end? What is the time zone that the site uses? I mean, Ronan, hello, nice to see you here. And I'm pretty sure that this website probably uses German, whatever time zone that the Germany uses. So it might be plus or minus a few minutes. I'm not too sure. Let's try 20. Let's try 21. But otherwise, I'm not too sure how to calculate this. We can try another calculator as well. So how many minutes since something something? So time duration calculator, time calculator, day calculator, minutes calculator. Okay. So this is exactly minutes. Minutes between end time. Okay, that's not time duration calculator. Add 60 minutes? Oh, you know what? Yeah, that might be right. We might need to add 60 minutes because it's daylight savings time. Okay, so let's, so now, calculate duration, and then grab the minutes, and then add 60, maybe? Okay, so this number of minutes, add 60, and then that's wrong. So, I mean, we're in daylight savings time. We're forward 60 minutes? Yeah, I mean, we might have to come back to this because it's kind of tricky. Another thing we could do is we could probably get some sort of Python script. So Python minutes since date calculator. To calculate the number of minutes elapsed since a specific date in Python, use the datetime module. Okay, I mean, they've got calculate the difference, current date, datetime, now. So the format string is going to be this. Okay, let's give this a go. Okay, so reference date, we're looking at 2025, and it was 6th month, and which day was it? June 3rd. And the date, the time was hour 2 minute 50. Okay. And then reference date string, get the current date and time, calculate the difference. So reference date, so time difference equals current date minus difference date. Minutes since date is going to be time difference total seconds divided by 60. Okay, well, let's save this out. Let's run the thing. Let's see if it'll accept this. It doesn't like... It doesn't like any of this. I mean, is this correct? I feel like I've got the time incorrect. Anyways, we might come back to this challenge a little bit later. Because, well, I mean, otherwise, we're not getting anywhere. We might be able to do one more challenge before we finish this out. I'll do a short write-up on the challenge. We'll just mention how we're not really progressing on this. So this would be a programming challenge. The concept is calculate the time between one date and the current date. So the challenge wants to know how many minutes have elapsed since we registered on the website. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll run it on YouTube. And we're going to put on the birds. We will be back in about 60 seconds. In the meantime, enjoy the footage of the birds, and I'll play some music for you as well. Tete J, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some frog song? Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. So let's see. So the method of solve, there's a website we can use to calculate the number of minutes since a specific date, and I guess we will include the website over here. We were using this one, time and date. We here. Okay, we could also use a Python script to calculate the number of elapsed minutes, and we'll include the Python script as well. Gemini says 10:35:69. 10:35:69. 10:35:35. Where'd the extra 500 minutes come from? Okay, I'll give it a try. Let's see if it actually accepts this. Where? German time zone. Okay. So we need to subtract a number of minutes because of the German time zone. Or we need to add a number of minutes, rather. Yeah, Ronan, thank you very much for letting us know about that. Jeez. Okay, we need to include this in the write-up, of course. Okay, let me get the Python script. Wait, where is it? Okay, so I guess we would say an important... Tete GJ says, where are you from? So I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada, so so I guess we would be using Pacific Standard Time, which is in the same time zone as Los Angeles and Seattle and some other really big West Coast American cities. I'm located near Vancouver, BC, Canada. Okay, so an important thing to note when we do the calculations is that the server we're sending the answer to. Tete Jujay says, I thought you were from the UK. It's 1 a.m. in Germany, so we need to add some hours. Oh, okay. Right. Sending the answer to is in Germany. And let's see, what is the German time zone? Germany time zone, let's see, Germany time zone to PST. Well, I mean, I'm in Pacific Standard Time. So it is, for me, it is it's 3 hours. It's a difference of 3 hours. No, that's more than 3 hours. How many hours is that? So 1 p.m. and then add 3. So it's 12, 15 hours. 9 hours? West Coast, right. Yeah. Okay. So Germany is now, it says right here, 9 hours ahead of Pacific time. So it's 9 times 60. So 9 times 60 is 9, 60, 56. 56. So that's 560 minutes. So, okay. Yeah. Hold on. Let's write this up. Is in Germany, and so if we are in the Pacific Standard Time zone, which is West Coast North America, then the difference in time is 8 or 9 hours, depending on... Nixie, hello, nice to see you here. Depending on daylight savings time. If the difference is 9 hours, then we have to add 560 minutes, which is 9 times 60. Okay, so I think we have the answer for the challenge. I'm glad that we're able to resolve this. Yeah, Nixie, thanks for coming by. Let's give you welcome in. Let's give you a Nancat. There you go. Okay, let's start our next topic, and the next topic is going to be... Oh, man, my topic has been wrong all this time. Kind of sad about that. Anyways, so it's going to be topic number 2 we're doing right now, and the next topic after that is going to be PHP BB forum applications. We're going to be writing that application, and yeah, right now we're doing Portswigger JWT attacks. Nixie asked, do you have a series for Wi-Fi hacking? Unfortunately, we don't have anything for Wi-Fi hacking right now. But you know what? I think if you wanted to do Wi-Fi hacking, we could try looking something up over at Try Hack Me. I'm pretty sure they had something on Wi-Fi hacking for the advent of cyber this year. Let me look that up. Advent of Cyber 2025, Try Hack Me, Wi-Fi. Oh, okay, this was from Advent of Cyber 2024. Okay, let's look it up real quick. Fishbone says, for JWTs, I would check out jwtauditor.com. It's on GitHub, so you can host it locally. There are quite a few. There are a number of different tools we can use for JWT stuff, and yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know if I've tried that particular one. There's a bunch of different tools on GitHub for JWT attacks. Okay, let's see if we can look up Wi-Fi. So Network Essentials, Network Concepts, Nmap, TCP dump. I don't see anything specific for Wi-Fi. There used to be one, but they might have gotten rid of it. The other thing we could try looking for is we could try looking at in HackerFrogs Academy. Neem says, do you still want pics on Discord? Well, Neems, are you still having problems? If you're still having problems, you can post those screenshots to the Discord. Maybe we can help you out. Aircrack NG on THM. Aircrack NG. So try hack me. Let me look that up real quick. Yeah, if you're still having problems, post the screenshots on the Discord, and I'll see if I can help you out a little bit later. Aircrack. Okay, Advent of Cyber. I would try looking over here. I think it should be day number 11. And they've got something on Wi-Fi stuff there too. Let's see. Aside from that, we could try looking inside the Academy. So modules, all modules, search for something like aircrack. Nothing for aircrack. What about Wi-Fi? Nothing for Wi-Fi either. I thought there was more, honestly. Okay, but anyways, we're going to be doing stuff over on Portswigger. So portswigger.net, this is pretty much an indispensable resource for learning about web app attacks. Yeah, no worries, Nixie. I hope you have... I'm sorry, but I haven't done very much research on Wi-Fi hacking stuff. But you know what? If you're not part of the Discord, join the Discord and bring it up over there. Maybe I can do some more research for you. Okay, so we're looking at JWT stuff. So we'll look at all learning materials. We'll search for JWT. Here you go. JWT attacks. So we'll talk a little bit about what JWT attacks are, and then we'll start doing the labs over there. Neem says, I was trying to do the path traversal, file path traversal on Portswigger and I was lost. We might do that. We might do that in the future. File path traversal, it's not usually a super... I mean, maybe we can take a look at that later if we have a little bit of time. Okay, so let's talk about this. So we'll just make this nice and big so we can read it easily. Maybe a little smaller. Maybe a little smaller. Okay, so in this section we'll talk about the design issues of JSON Web Tokens. So JSON Web Tokens, otherwise known as JWTs, these are tokens that are written using the JSON format to allow authorization to a web application. So most of the time, JWTs are encoded into cookies, and the cookies are then decoded by the web app, and then they let the user have access. In this case, they have a number of different parts to the JWT. The JWT usually looks like base64 encoded information, and an easy way to identify JWTs, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Okay, so what are JWTs? JWTs are JSON Web Tokens, and they're a standardized format for sending cryptographically signed JSON data between systems. So they can theoretically contain any kind of data, but they're commonly used to send for information, which are known as claims, about users as part of authentication, session handling, and access control mechanisms. So JWT, each one of these JWTs is going to consist of three things. There's going to be a header, a payload, and a signature. So the header is the first part over here that is in red. The payload is going to be the blue part over here, the blue text, and the signature is going to be the last part, which is this green text over here. Green or cyan, whatever color you think that is, can be tough sometimes. So the header and payload parts of a JWT are just base64 URL encoded JSON objects. So an easy way to identify JWTs is that they usually begin with these characters over here, EY capital JR, and that's the base64 encoding of the open bracket or the open squiggly bracket, which is this thing over here, this one. Okay. So these are base64 JSON objects. The header contains metadata about the token itself, while the payload contains the actual claims about the user. For example, you can decode the payload from the token above to reveal the following claims. So Neem says, oh, nice. Wi-Fi hacking 101. That's great, Neems. Thank you for helping out and sharing with Nixie. You know what? I might take a look at that myself. It's probably a paid room, but oh, you know what? It's not a paid room. It's a free room. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Let's a resource that's not on THM if you're interested. So Neems, yeah, if you've got something that's not on THM, we can certainly add it to the repositories. I think I'll make a little section on Wi-Fi stuff, and then we'll provide these links. But thanks, Neems. Okay. So in most cases, the data can be easily read or modified by anyone with access to the token. Therefore, the security of any JWT-based mechanism is highly reliant on the cryptographic signature. So the last part of the JWT is the signature. So the server that issues the token typically generates the signature by hashing the header and the payload. In some cases, they encrypt the resulting hash. As the signature is directly derived from the rest of the token, changing a single byte of the header or payload results in a mismatched signature. Without knowing the server's secret signing key, it shouldn't be possible to generate the correct signature for a given header or payload. We got some tips. If you want to get a better understanding of how JWTs are constructed, you can use the debugger on jwt.io to experiment with arbitrary tokens. So jwt.io, I wonder if this is the same tool that I use over and over again when I do these challenges. So it looks like the same thing, yeah. So you can modify JWTs using this web app here. Okay, so JWT versus JWS versus JWE. Well, I don't know what those are. The JWT specification is actually very limited. It only defines a format for representing information, claims, as a JSON object that can be transferred between two parties. In practice, JWTs aren't really used as a standalone entity. The JWT spec is extended by both the JSON Web Signature, JWS, and the JSON Web Encryption, JWE specifications, which define concrete ways of actually implementing JWTs. So a JWT is usually either a JWS or a JWE token. When people use the term JWT, they almost always mean a JWS token. So JWEs are very similar, except that the actual contents of the token are encrypted rather than encoded. So for simplicity throughout these materials, JWT primarily refers to JWS tokens. So JWS stands for what? JSON Web Signature. Okay. I wish there was more stuff on Wi-Fi hacking. The resource that's not on THM isn't free. Oh, okay. It's a Udemy thing. Yeah, I mean, you can drop the link for the Udemy course. It's up to anybody, to determine if they actually want to buy the course or not, but that's not a problem. Okay, so what are JWT attacks? So it's basically capturing a JWT and then modifying it to get unauthorized access to an application. So how to work with JWTs in Burp Suite? So there are specific plugins in Burp Suite, the big program, that deal specifically with JWTs, but you don't necessarily have to use Burp Suite to interact with JWTs. You can modify them on a bunch of different websites, and you can also modify them on your own using just a Linux terminal. An interesting thing is that you can, when you're using Burp Suite, you can identify anytime there's a JWT in the web requests using a plugin over here. But I don't think we're going to be dealing too much with this stuff right now. Okay, so flawed JWT signature verification. So if the server identifies the session based on the username. Modifying its value might enable an attacker to impersonate other logged on users. So username over here is Carlos. There's also a very funny claim over here, is admin equals false. We could modify this and then, you know, is admin equals true, or maybe we could set our username to admin or something to gain further access on a web application. So accepting arbitrary signatures. Okay, so we'll do this first lab, and we'll see if we can solve the lab by doing an JWS attack. So this is the lab, in case you want to do it along with us. Okay, so before we move on, I'm just going to delete some of these tabs that we're not using, because it's kind of irritating to have so many tabs open at once. We're not using this. Not using this. We're not using this. Okay, so here's the lab. So we just need to access the lab. So this lab uses a JWT-based mechanism for handling sessions. Due to implementation flaws, the server doesn't verify the signature of any JWTs that it receives. To solve the lab, modify your session token to gain access to the admin panel at /admin and then delete the user Carlos. You can log in using your own account using the following credentials: Wiener Peter. Okay. I'm pretty sure I need to log in. And let me just get my credentials for Portswigger. Okay, so my address is this one. Password is here. Log in. Let's save that for fun. Okay, now we're logged in. So remember the goal. So the goal is to modify your session token to gain access to the admin panel. So the first thing we need to do is we need to log into the application using our credentials, Wiener Peter. Then log in. So after we log in, we should, if this is a regular JWT implementation, our session token should be a JSON web token, and we can access it by going over to our cookies. So in the cookies, so we go over to Web Developer Tools, we go over to Storage. Inside of cookies over here, there's going to be a session cookie, and the value is EYJ. So EYJ is these are the magical characters that start a typical JWT. So what we need to do is we need to decode this. So we can just go over to any old Linux terminal. We can paste in our JWT, we can echo it out, and then we can base64 decode it. So just pipe whatever the JWT is into base64 decode, and then we see, what is this? Kid? That looks kind of funny. And Neems, thank you very much for sharing the Udemy course over here. I'm just going to grab the Udemy course URL. Maybe I can include this in some resources for later. Thank you very much, Neems. Okay, so the other thing we can do is we can use a web application to decode this. So JWT decoder on jwt.io. We can just grab whatever's here. Oh, that's not a JWT. Let's grab that JWT. Just paste it in. Okay, so we got our our header. So this is the header, kid alg something something, and then we've got our decoded payload. We got Portswigger, we've got the expiration date, and then we got the subscriber, I suppose. So this is wiener. So we don't want to be wiener, we want to be something else. So for decode, you need to add to remove the new line. Okay, so the echo n, or super wiener. Are you talking about the base64 command? I've never used -n with base64. Yeah, that's not valid. But yeah, echo super wiener x metric. I mean, if we could only create a super wiener user, that would be awesome. Okay, in this case, we want to modify this. So we're just going to go over to the encoder, and we're going to modify the sub from Wiener to Carlos, because we're targeting the Carlos user. Actually, we're not targeting the Carlos user. We're targeting the admin user. So we're going to change the sub from Wiener to admin, and then we're going to create this. We're going to create the web token. So generate example. Select a signing algorithm. Can we change this to none? So we can change the algorithm from RS-256, we can change it to none. So this is a pretty common... This is an attack we can do if the web application is misconfigured. We could change the algorithm from whatever it is to none, so that we can pass along an unsigned JWT. So let's see if this works. So we created this this new JWT. We go to the application, we can put in our new cookie, and then we can reload the page. Okay, so I mean, it doesn't look like it worked, because it's asking us to log in again. Yeah, so my account is this over here. Let's take a look at that JSON web token again. You found a great way to log out. Yeah, I guess I did. Alright, so let's grab this. Let's go over to the decoder, and then we can plug in the new one. So this new thing over here, we got our decoded header, decoded payload, signification verification. We're just going to go over to the encoder now. So, I mean, if we just change this from Wiener to admin or administrator, we can't produce a web token because we don't know how it was signed. We don't know how it was signed because we don't know the secret key. And can we set this to none? We tried setting it to none earlier, but it didn't accept this. Yeah, but he can guess how it was signed. Can we guess how it was signed? If he changed the PW enough times. I mean, I'm not too sure if that's the solution for this particular lab, but you know what? Let's take a little break first. So we're just going to do a little advertisement on YouTube, and let's put on some birds. Okay. Alright, so enjoy the squirrel. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Got to take a little water break. So Xmetric is mentioning that if you can change your password enough times, a pattern might emerge in how it's signed, and you might be able to. I mean, there's probably some sort of tool out there or some sort of Python program that'll be able to figure out what the signing key is. And I think, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we could probably use one of the major tools for JWTs on GitHub or something to brute force out a signing key. Anyways, let's put the squirrels away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, the name of the lab is JWT Authentication Bypass via Unverified Signature. So accepting tokens with no signature. So let's see. Among other things, JWT header contains an alg parameter that tells the server which algorithm was used to sign the token. So this is inherently flawed because the server has no option but to implicitly trust user-controlled input from the token, which at this point hasn't been verified at all. So alg can also be left unsigned. In this case, alg parameter set to none, which indicates a so-called unsecured JWT. So, I mean, that's what we did over here. We set the alg to none. I wonder why it's not using. Well, I wonder why this isn't working. Just run hashcat in the background for a few months. Yeah, you know, this is a totally realistic way to do web app attacks, of course. Okay, let's put on some more music. How about some other fun space music? Okay, we got our lab. I'm gonna paste in our JWT. Reload the page. Home. Whoa, are we still using this? No, we are not. Okay. Maybe after changing to admin, add your signature? I mean, we don't know what the signature is. Wait, maybe... Okay, let's go back. So we set this to admin. We set this to none. Huh, they don't like none with the... They only like none with all lowercase. So this is an unsecured JWT. Okay, so let me take a look at what the goal of the lab is. To solve the lab, modify your session token to gain access to the admin panel at /admin. Then delete the user Carlos. So gain access to the admin panel. So ISS Portswigger sub. I wonder if we just change ourselves to Wiener, but we change the algorithm to none, if this works. Okay, so let's plug in our token. And that logs us out because that's not a valid token. I thought it would be I thought the first lab would be a little bit easier. Can we sub equals subscriber admin equals true? Can we add something? And we could try. Okay, where are we? So alg equals none. Let's get a legitimate JWT first. So this is the legitimate one. Copy that. Then in the application, So let's just make sure that this JWT still works. That logged us out again. Funny. It might have been invalidated. So Wiener, Peter. Yeah, the expiration, right. Okay, so now we're logged in again. And we got access to our new JWT. Copy it. Put it in here. Okay, so unable to retrieve public key from issuer Portswigger. Expected a valid HTTPS URL. Enter the public key manually or verify the JWT signature. Okay. So the issuer is Portswigger. Expiration time. Subject. Oh, okay. So sub equals subject. Okay, alg. We got, what does KID stand for? Key ID. Okay. So the key ID, do we also have to make this none? Or can we, I mean, because we don't know what the valid key ID for what the valid key ID might be. Neem says you don't have to sign into the ready Linux machine to run commands against it, right? You know what? Let me take a look at the stuff in the Okay. I mean, I don't see the if you could send the screenshots, let me know when those are ready. You don't need to sign into the ready Linux machine. You just need to scan against it using your attacker machine, Kali Linux. Okay, so we could just try to remove. Yeah, we could try to remove this as well, the key ID. So let's go over to the encoder. So the algorithm we're going to switch to none. And the key ID we can also switch this to none. Or empty string. Okay, the issue is Portswigger, the expiry date is that, the subject is admin, or if this doesn't work we could also try administrator. Let's try using this. And it logs us out again. Okay, well, I mean, maybe it's the dot at the end of the token. So think like a dev JWT might have an admin value. Yeah, okay, well, let's give this a try. Can we? We can't undo here. Let me get a new token. We'll try that again. Whoops, we can't log in as the admin user. Okay, let's grab... Let's go back to the tool here, and we will put in the new thing. So we can add to the claims over here. Wait, let's see, encoder. So encoder sub wiener admin admin true, or is admin equals true. So maybe try the access to the /admin logged in as wiener to burp suite and check the response. Yeah, we can try that. Let's just try this first. We'll change the algorithm to none. So the fishbone, so the dot at the end of the token, this is required. If we don't have a second dot in the JWT, then it no longer counts as a JWT. It's kind of finicky that way. Okay, let's try this again. Whoa, are we still logged in? We're still logged in. Okay, cool. But we added the admin part. So we'll go to the admin endpoint. Admin interface is only available if logged in as an administrator. So so maybe we'll try is admin or something. So is admin false over here. So this might be the clue that we're looking for here. Let's copy this. Let's go back to here, and instead of admin equals true, it's going to be is admin equals true. Like this. Okay, let's yeah, sometimes you're right, and when you're right, you're right. X metric. Anyways, let's grab this one over here, and let's try and see if this works. So is admin true? Does it get us our access? Paste it in, reload the page. Oh, did we get logged out? My account. Your name is Wiener. So it's either going to be go back to the admin URL. Let's try it one more time. Admin interface only as an administrator. So maybe we're looking for the full name administrator over here. So subject Wiener instead subject administrator instead of just admin. Okay, and we'll see if this works. Oh, I thought it redirected to admin fail message. Not in this case. Let's see if this works, or if it's gonna log us out, because it's an invalid thing. Oh, it worked! Okay, so before we move on, I think we should make a note as to what this actual JWT is. So the actual JWT is administrator. So it's not admin. In this case, the username is actually administrator. Now we can delete everything. Yep, we sure can. Where are we? Here. Okay, so Carlos, delete. Done, and we've now solved the lab. So try it without is admin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be the fact that the name of the user is administrator. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Okay, paste it in. Reload the page. Yeah, so the only thing that matters is the name of the user and not the isAdmin part. So your name is administrator, your email is admin something something. So see if sub administrator is enough. So I think, yeah, so in this case it's enough. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Let's... Yeah, Portswigger, subject administrator, and algorithm none. This kind of stuff is all over the place. Well, I mean, I think it is something... I saw JWTs all the time when I was doing web app security testing. it's pretty much all of the modern apps are going to use JWTs as their session tokens. People develop all the time without thinking about security. Yeah, JWTs they're pretty much standard. Anyways, let's see if we can do the second lab before we finish up for the day. So accepting tokens with no signature. So we can shut this stuff down. Okay, so even if a token is unsigned, the payload part still must be terminated with the trailing dot. So we ran into this problem when we were doing another JWT challenge. If you create an unsigned token, you still have to put the dot at the end, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, so JWT authentication bypass via flawed signature verification. So that's the second lab. Okay, let's open this up. And everybody keeping track at home, suggest using Hashcat. Wait, did they suggest using Hashcat here? Brute forcing keys. Brute forcing secret keys using Hashcat. Of course. Of course they do. Okay, so... yeah, alright. So we should probably read this part, because it talks about this lab over here. So brute forcing. Some signing algorithm, such as HS256, uses an arbitrary standalone string as a secret key, just like a password. So brute forcing secret keys using Hashcat. So we recommend using Hashcat to brute force secret keys. You can install Hashcat manually, but it also comes pre-installed and ready to use on Kali Linux. Thank you very much. Okay, so if you're using the pre-built VirtualBox image for Kali, rather than a bare metal installer version, this may not have enough memory allocated to run Hashcat. Okay. So you just need a valid signed JWT from a target server and a word list of well-known secrets. So we've got our word list over here. So that's good. We're just going to copy that, and we're going to copy it to our... whoops. Clear. Okay. This is JWT secret.txt. Oh no. Hold on, why didn't I copy that? Copy raw file. Yeah, and then paste. Okay, so this time it looks like it worked. We'll save that out. The let's see, so JWT mode. wget. I mean, wget's probably the more reliable way to do it, but, you know, sometimes you just want to be stubborn. Okay, so you need a valid JWT, signed JWT from the target server. Then you can run the following command, passing in the JWT and the word list as arguments. So let's go get a JWT. So we just need to solve the lab, modify the session token to gain access to the admin panel, then delete the user Carlos. You can log in using your own account using the following credentials, Wiener Peter. Okay, let's start the lab. Casually pasting in 100 megabytes of text. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's not 100 megabytes. Was it 100 megabytes? Anyways, my account. What is this? So Wiener Peter. So the point here is to get a valid JWT token. So JWT token. Some people really get upset when you say JWT token because the T in JWT stands for token. Anyways, if you're one of those people, let us know. So we got our JWT. Let's echo N it out to JWT.txt. Okay. So After that, we can do the hashcat. So where's that hashcat command? So there's very nice of them to just give us the hashcat command. Paste this in, so jwt.txt, then the word list, which is jwt secret. No hashes loaded. Shivran, hello, nice to see you here. I learned this today at the ATM machine. You do inject the text file, kind of like a TCP protocol. Alright, let's take a look at jwt.txt. So, JWT and then word list. Why didn't the command work? We got both of these files. Token length exception. So do we need to modify? Do we need to modify this before we do? Cat JWT. So it doesn't accept a TXT file. Oh, really? It doesn't accept... Okay. Well, if that's the case, then we just need to rename it to just JWT. It still says token length exception. Did we do JWT cracking with John the Ripper? Yeah, we also tried JWT cracking with John the Ripper. We'll try John the Ripper. What was it? JWT secret? And it says session completed, but did we actually get something out of this? I can't tell. If you run the command more than once, you need to include the show to flag to output the thing. Okay. Hashcat does read text files. Well, I mean, I wonder what the error message is. This error happens if the wrong hash type is specified, if the hashes are malformed, or if the input is otherwise not as expected. Is it all in one line? I mean, it should be. Let's check in Nano. Yeah, this is all one line. Was there a none algorithm for this JWT? Well, I mean, we can check. Let's grab the JWT and then let's go back to the decoder. Okay, so this is algorithm RS-256. Yeah, I mean, this is this should be typical for what we're dealing with here. Okay, let's look this up real quick. JWT cracking hashcat. Okay, so I mean, this is the same mode, right? So 16500. Wonder if you can downgrade RS-256 to HS-256. Let's see. JWTauditor.com has a brute force mode with the word list upload. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, I would like to be able to do it with hashcat, but let's go ahead and try out what Fishbone is recommending here. Whoops. Why do I mean, I'm not doing this on purpose. It's just that my fingers keep on going there. Okay, so we put in our JWT token here, and then we jdbk.json is available. Okay, so what was the token again? Okay, decode and analyze. Yeah, alright, and then we can do... so Fishbone says that there's a brute force mode. Where is the brute force mode? Secret brute force. Okay, so paste your JWT, and then we get our custom word list. And then we just grab... we can upload the word list file. So we put this in the temp directory. Okay, these are the secrets. Okay, so start brute force. Non-HMAC algorithm detected. This token uses RS-256, which cannot be brute forced using this method. Only HMAC algorithms can be brute forced because they use a shared secret key. RS-256 uses asymmetric cryptography with public-private key pairs which cannot be brute forced. I mean, that's probably why we weren't able to use hashcat. Maybe it has to be something different if you're dealing with... Maybe try using the public key as the secret. Maybe. Hashcat, JWT, cracking, RS-256. So this just says HS-256. Can we set the encryption in the tool over here? So we're going to set the algorithm. Maybe we can set the algorithm in here as well. So instead of RS-256, we'll change it to HS. I don't think that's the case for this one. Gotta go eat. Be back later. No problem, Xmetric. See you later. Let's give you a keyboard cat to play you off. Okay, everybody, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 25 seconds. Just going to take a little water break. put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Okay, so we'll try using a different algorithm instead and see if it accepts this. But let's copy this and set this as the new JWT. Okay, and then we'll try hashcat one more time. Okay, so it actually starts up this time. Well, I mean, that's, the JWT secret is not very, this file, the text file is not, it's not super big, I don't think. Did it find something? So the status is exhausted, so I didn't manage to find it. I wonder if we can do the same thing with the... Okay, so what is the name of the lab? So the name of the lab is called Flawed Signature Verification. The server is insecurely configured to accept unsigned... Wait, is this unsigned as well? Flawed signature, accept unsigned JWTs. So if unsigned, does that mean we're just setting the algorithm to none again? I mean, it seems pretty cheap. This can't be it. This cannot be it. Did this log me out? No, I'm still logged in. Okay, so what was the goal of the lab again? So are we just setting ourselves to administrator again? That doesn't seem... I don't know. Administrator. Yeah. Well, let's see if it works. If it works, it's basically a repeat of the last level, which wouldn't make any sense. Okay, so this logs us out. It's not valid. Wait, we have access to the admin panel. Why does this work? I thought we were learning a different technique this time. Maybe it's the next level that has the more advanced technique. Hold on. Wait. No, I don't want to look at this. I want to look at this. Okay, so this is I guess this next lab over here is the one where we actually have to crack the key. So if the user uses an extremely weak secret, it's possible to brute force this character by character rather than using a word list. Really? Anyways, we've got a couple of minutes left. Let's take a look at the next level and see if... So the JWT-based mechanism for handling sessions, weak key to both sign and verify the tokens. So we can brute force this. Brute force this website's secret key and use it to sign a modified session token. Okay, let's give this a try. We might be able to get this done in under 2 minutes if it's actually that insecure. Okay, we'll log in using Wiener Peter. And then we'll get our JWT. We'll copy that. We will go over here. We will overwrite the JWT. And then we will run hashcat. Okay, we managed to crack it. So now it is this. This is the key. I want to double check with John the Ripper. So it's secret 1. Okay, so where does it say secret 1 here? I don't see it. Anyways, we'll go with the one that John the Ripper got. Okay, we'll go over here. We'll paste in the JWT. And then we'll go over to the encoder. So in the encoder, we'll put in the secret. And the secret is secret 1. So according to this, the secret is secret 1. But according to hashcat, it's secret 1 here as well. Okay. Well, over here, why can't we sign this? So we're encoding HS256, JWT secret. Let's clear this. Secret is secret 1. Why is it giving us an error message? We want to administrator. Okay, so let's copy this. We'll provide it to the lab environment, and hopefully it gives us access as the administrator user. Okay, now we have access to the admin panel. We can delete Carlos, and that was the correct way to do it. We finished the lab. Okay, great. Well, we can move on to the next portion of the stream now. Okay, so topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. And topic 4 is going to be this. Okay, we're going to be doing some web development, and we're going to be doing this for the next 60 minutes. And then we're going to move on to our SQL injection with PicoCTF. Okay, so that was that was a lot of fun. We managed to figure out some stuff about JWTs. We ran into some roadblocks, and then we eventually got it done. Very educational. Okay, let's go over here. So we're going to be installing PHP which is some forum software. We're going to figure out if we have the know-it-all to the wherewithal rather to get this done. So we're going to download. Let's see. Download the latest package. I mean, we want to get this for. I wonder if they have a GitHub repository. PHP GitHub. PHP GitHub. Is it here? Okay. So it should tell us how to install it here. Free open source bulletin board written in PHP. Great. To run station from the repo and not from the pre-built package, on a local server, run the following commands. Let's see, fork this to my GitHub account and then create a local clone of it. And then we've got PHPBB's dependencies from the root of your PHPBB repo. Alternative, you can code spaces documentation, automated testing. Okay, so I mean we've got a GitHub for HackerFrogs. We can potentially fork this and then start installing this from the repo. So fork into my GitHub account and then create a local clone of it. I mean, I'm pretty sure we don't need to fork it if we're just git cloning this, right? So if we just copy this and then go into, and we could use the temp directory and then just run this command here. Username for this. Oh, okay. So we need a username to git clone. Okay, so I guess we do need to fork it then. So GitHub, your GitHub name, and then PHP something git. Alright, that makes sense. Thank you very much for following. Trey is DTF. Hello, Trey is DTF. How are you doing? Thank you very much for the follow. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so let's go ahead and fork this. Fork it. Existing forks you don't have, so you don't have any forks of this repository. Create new fork. Create new fork, the Shyhat PHP BB. Sure, why not? And well, let's create that fork. Hey, Monkey Man! Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing some testing, seeing if we can create some PHP applications. Okay, so I guess we've got a fork of this now, and we should be, yeah, right over here. Okay, so this is it, and we just want to, do we need to sync the fork first? This branch is not behind the upstream. Okay, great. So we go to code, we go to this, and then we will git clone. Okay, so Trey says, my phone got hacked. When I play videos or get in calls, I hear other voices in the background, like they're hacking my radio waves. I mean, that sounds pretty serious. Have you been... Wait. So are you talking about your phone specifically, or are you talking about all of your devices? If it's all of your devices, I mean, it's... I don't know if it's super likely that they hacked all of your devices at once. But if they... I mean, if they have, then... I mean, that's obviously a really bad thing. How do you... So, I mean, the laptop, you can probably run some antivirus stuff on the laptop to see if it picks anything up. I recommend, well, I mean, you could try giving AVG a shot. So just download the AVG antivirus. You could try running it on your laptop to see if it picks anything up. But I mean, aside from that, I'm not really too sure how to go about it, because I'm not too sure how you got compromised, if that's the case. Okay, so we get cloned, and now what do we do? It's some sort of radio thing. I mean, if you spot any unusual files on your computer, you could try giving them over to something like what is it, VirusTotal? So what you do is you go over to VirusTotal and you upload the file that you think might be malware, and it'll tell you whether or not that file is infected with malware or not. So it's basically, you know, you go to the website here, you click on choose file, and then you upload the file that you think might be infected with malware, and it'll tell you whether or not it has malware. Okay, so install PHBB's dependencies from the root of your PHP repo. So move into there, and then PHP Composer fart install. Okay. I hope I don't run into any weird dependencies here. Cannot open the input file. Wait, which directory did I need to move into? CD PHPBB? Ah, okay. It looks like we went to a bunch of problems. Your log file does not contain a compatible set of packages. Please run Composer update. You can also run php-i in a terminal to see which files are used by PHP in CLI mode. You can run the composer with temporarily ignore these required extensions. Okay, so installing dependencies from log file. Verifying log file contents can be installed on the current platform. Your log file does not contain a compatible set of packages. Okay, so we're lacking a number of packages here. Composer update. So how do we run PHP Composer update? PHP Composer update. So the composer update command in the PHP Composer used to update the blah blah blah. So just run composer update. Composer is not found, but can be installed. Do you want to install it? Let's give it a shot. Okay, do we want to continue? Sure. Hope this works. That's the fun of Linux. You're able to install software very, very easily from the command line terminal. Hopefully with no problems. Okay, and then we'll try Composer update. Looks like we ran into some problems. Your requirements could not be resolved to installable set of packages. So do we just... Same problem. Okay, root composer JSON something something missing from your system. To enable these extensions, verify that they're enabled in your .ini files. You can also run PHP ini in a terminal to see which files are used by PHP in CLI mode. You can run Composer with ignore platform to temporarily ignore those required extensions. So how do we install the extensions? Okay, let's turn this over to the AI. Maybe it can provide me a quick solution. So sometimes when you're having problems, you can just turn to your friendly AI and see if it can suggest a solution. Okay, I'm having problems with PHP. Paste in the error code. Answer my questions. Solve my life. Okay, so let's see. So sudo apt update, and then sudo apt install PHP, all this stuff here. I hope this doesn't take too long. Oh boy, I get to update my my repository. Or my packages, rather. And then that went out without a hitch, so we'll install our PHP stuff here. Okay, installing PHP stuff. Verifies the installation. You should see DOM SimpleX XML. Let's give it a go. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I guess let's try the previous thing again then. Okay, now it works. Install all the things. Alright, so after this, oh man, what do we do after this? Okay, go back. So install the PHP BB's dependencies, great. And then well, I mean, now that it's here, where do we want to access this stuff? There has to be some documentation. Let's take a look at the documents. To get your copy, find support and lots more on PHPDB. Discuss the development on Area 51. Okay. Setting up the development build. We've done this. We've done this. You can read the Vagrant documentation on how to use Vagrant to develop and contribute to GitHub Codespace's documentation on PHPBB's development documentation contains all the information you need to learn about developing for PHPBB's core extension automated testing. Well, I mean, we just want to use the darn software. I guess we could go over to the website and try to figure out how to install the stuff. Okay, so development documentation, installation. Let's move past here. Wow, there's a lot of stuff. Okay. So let's go to the quick install. If you have basic knowledge using FTP, decompress the PHPBB archive to the local directory on your system, upload all the files contained in this archive to a web-accessible directory on your server or hosting account. Change the permissions on config.php to be writable by all. Point your web browser to a location where you uploaded the PHPBB files with the addition of install/app.php or simply install/. So example.com, phpbb, install app.php. Okay, click on the Install tab and follow all the steps to fill out the requested information. Change the permissions. Okay. So, I'm assuming what we want to do is we want to put all of these files over here into a web accessible directory. If I move this entire repository over here, that's going to be a lot. But you know what? We're up to the task. So do we need the stuff in this directory, or do we just need to move the PHPBB directory into our web directory? We'll try the first thing, and we'll see how far it gets us. So, because the directory is owned by root, we're going to have to run this as sudo move. We can move like an entire directory over to another directory, right? So this isn't stuff that I do very often, so I need to look this stuff up. Hold on, let me get another playlist. Okay. So we'll move PHPBB over to var www HTML. Okay, so it should be moved over there, and then we move into var www HTML. Okay, so I'm pretty sure to use the forum software, we're going to need to have our MySQL open. So I'm just going to start it up right now. So we're going to do systemctl start MySQL, and then systemctl start Apache 2. And then, what do they want us to do? Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we're running them on YouTube. And you know what? Let's enjoy this bird bath over here. Alright, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, just need to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so according to the documentation here, upload all the files contained in the archive to a web accessible directory, change the permissions on config.php to writable by all, So we need to locate config.php. So let's move into phpbb and the config file. Where is it? Change the permissions on config.php to be writable by all. So I don't see it here. Did I leave it behind in the other directory? No. Where is the config.php? So config.php is, I mean, there's a few of them. I'm assuming they mean the one in the config directory over here. So move into config, phpbb /config, config.php. So we want to make this writable by all. So chmod 666 config.php. Okay, and then they want us to change the permissions on the following directories to be writable by all 777. Store cache files and images avatar upload. Store cache files. Okay, so where's store cache and files? Store cache I don't see the store endpoint. Store cache files. So I see files. I see cache. I don't see the other one. Oh, here. Okay, so here store cache files. Okay, so these ones over here. So we can just do this in one fell swoop with chmod 777 on all of these. Okay, and then what do they want us to do? Point your web browser to a location where you uploaded the PHP files with the addition of install.php, install app.php, or simply install. So I think we're probably looking for this. So this is all on our local host right now. So if I go over to localhost, okay, so this is what we want. Okay, and what do they want us to do from here? Click the Install tab and follow all the steps and fill all the requested information. Click on Install. Okay. All right. And we've got a bunch of information that we need to supply. Follow the steps and fill out the requested information. Change the permissions on config.php to be writable only by yourself. And then PHP-BB should now be available. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead. Man, I never thought I would be installing software on stream, but I guess this is where we are. So do we just click on install? File does not exist. To be able to install PHP-BB, the config.php file needs to exist. The config.php file needs to exist, but where is it? Unable to change file permissions. Unable to change file permissions. What directory are we in? So php-bb install. Okay. And it's looking for config.php file. Find. There are too many of these config.php files. I mean, there's not one in here in the app root directory. Let me check in here. So is there a config file here? I don't see it. Sportec says, hello, can you tell me the roadmap of being a hacker? I'm very tense thinking of it. Search on Google and various websites. I don't understand the actual and effective way to be a hacker. So Sportec, I mean, you're talking about getting into cybersecurity stuff, right? The first thing you want to do is you want to figure out what kind of role you want to do in cybersecurity, because there's a bunch of different roles in cybersecurity, and they're all kind of different, and they have kind of different training requirements. You want to narrow down what you want to do inside of cybersecurity first. I think I've got a very old video that you might benefit from watching. Let me pull it up. I mean, it's I think it's like the first video on my channel. Yeah, how do I get into cybersecurity? Yeah, over here. So give this a watch. It's over 2 years old at this point. And please ignore the bad production quality on the video. But afterwards, tell me which one of the roles in that video sounds interesting to you, and then maybe I can help you out with a roadmap to how to get that kind of role inside of cybersecurity. Okay, let's go back. So PHP config.php file needs to exist. So let me go back to the GitHub here. Where is config.php? We talking about okay, so change the permissions on the config.php file to be writable by all within your FTP client. There's a bunch of config.php files. Okay, let's go back. So here we are. Let's see if there is some sort of config.php file in these directories. Find config.php. So test fixtures config.php, and in the other directory, we got these ones. So is it install helper config.php? You know what? Let me change the file permissions on this one, and if it keeps on telling me that I don't have config.php, I'll keep on adjusting those file permissions. Okay, and then we'll retest the requirements. File does not exist. So do we just copy it over to the install directory? So there is no config.php file in here. I mean, we could copy it over. Hold on. Okay, so this is var www.html. Okay. So now there is a config.php file in here. Let's make sure that the file permissions are correct. Looks like it. Okay. Okay, maybe some other people have encountered this problem. So php bb install config.php. So it says here that automatic creation during installation. You'll be prompted to provide your server. The installer requires appropriate file permissions to write this file to the php bb root directory. Okay, so okay, Sportex says, I have a question. If I'm learning by myself, like with W3 Schools or YouTube or some tutorials, so you can go to a university to learn about cybersecurity, or you could learn entirely by yourself. I recommend learning yourself, because you need to have a lot of discipline to be able to learn about cybersecurity and to do hacking stuff. If you rely on people to give you the information, it's going to be difficult. I think you can definitely do it yourself, and that's more of the hacker way to do it. But I understand how some people require structured classes in order to learn. But first of all, let me know what kind of cybersecurity role you want to aim for. So whether or not that's offensive or defensive, if it's digital forensics, or if it's pen testing or something else, that'll help me out. But you can definitely learn completely on your own, and it's going to save you a lot of. It might not save you a lot of time, but it will save you a lot of money, because if you go to school for cybersecurity, it's going to cost you cost you like tens of thousands of dollars. And I don't know if you have the budget to do that. Okay, so let's see, what are we doing here? If the automatic creation fails, you're going to have to manually configure or rebuild a config.php file. So you can get a sample config.php file or create a new one. So just create a new file named config.php. Do we just make a... Cypher says I missed the whole thing again. I mean, you can... Cypher, hello, nice to see you here. You can always go back in the recording by, you can scrub back to the beginning of the video in the YouTube player. It's pretty easy. But welcome to the stream, Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
I mean, we probably want to give additional permissions to the config.php here as well. chmod 777 config.php, and just for fun we'll make another copy of it in the directory below this one. So copy config.php to /config.php. Okay, and let's see if it complains about config.php anymore. Still says file does not exist. I mean, there's one more directory down. I guess we can create a directory there, the config.php file there too. And then retest. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not showing us anything. Oh, installation panel. Okay, so let's go back to the documentation. So Sportex says, my interest in cybersecurity is understanding any website or app and how it works and how I can hack, and how I found... Okay, well, I mean, I think you're talking about web app hacking, and I hope your interest in cybersecurity isn't centered around doing illegal things, because I can't help people who are trying to become criminals. So just let me know that you're not planning to do any criminal activity with hacking, and then maybe I can give you some advice. Okay, so we got our installation over here. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll start asking. So the install process seems to have stalled over here. Unfair Rabbit asks, do you do bug bounties? I don't. Cypher says, my interest is in making counterfeit money. Can you help me with that? I can't help you with making counterfeit money, I'm afraid. Listen, guys. We can joke a little bit, but I really don't want anybody on Twitch and on YouTube to think that I'm helping people do anything illegal. Because if they think that I'm teaching people how to do illegal things, they'll ban my channel and then I can't stream anymore. So just want to point that out to everybody. We don't endorse any illegal stuff here. Okay, so check requirements. Okay, so it was obviously going to be that config file, but let me... This is it. Okay, well, if we get rid of the config file, then it'll go back to complaining. Yeah, I mean, just follow the steps and then you become a billionaire. Shivern says, I'm interested in hacking the planet, but the planet gave me permission. Well, I mean, I guess that's okay then, right? You just need to do the right prompt. You just need to do prompt injection on the Shy Hat. That's all. rm config.php. And then we reload this page, it'll come back to complaining about this. Okay, so which config.php file does it want? I'll try asking DeepSeek, we'll see what happens here. Sportex says, I don't want to be a criminal. Well, good. Good. I'm trading on, let's see. Okay. So it sounds like you want to learn about web app hacking. And you know what? We've got education resources for web app hacking. Let me grab those. Whoops. This is my GitHub. We are the HackerFrogs. And we got education resources over here. So the education resources for learning about web app hacking, they're on this page over here. So the first thing you want to do is you want to learn about how web apps work in the first place. So there's web app education, these ones over here. There's a bunch of links for some websites you can go to learn about how websites work and how to do testing against websites. So after you're done with the web app education, you want to go to the web app hacking portion. It's going to take you a few days to do these first modules over here, especially if you're coming at it from a beginner's perspective. Unfair Rabbit says, why don't we do Hack the Box boxes? So most of the time, Hack the Box boxes are paid resources, and we emphasize doing exercises that don't require people to pay money. Unfair Rabbit says, I know you focus on good free content for the community, but there's also free stuff on Hack the Box too. That's true, and well, I mean, the problem with the free stuff on Hack the Box is that there's not... The free stuff on Hack the Box is stuff that hasn't been retired yet, and I can't stream any of the stuff that hasn't been retired yet. There is stuff on Hack the Box that is retired and free, but there's not... It's difficult to find that stuff. Okay, so where were we? We're trying to install this this darn software. The active retired thing makes sense. I mean, we can't do active challenges on Hack the Box. They don't allow that. Okay, so we are trying to install PHP BB, the software, and during the installation process there's reference to a config.php file, but it's missing from my file system. Where can I get a copy of that file? Okay, so it's typically auto-generated by the installer. However, if it's missing, here's what you can do. So check if the file should be created automatically. So PHP installer, PHP BB installer usually creates config.php in the /php bb directory during installation. Ensure that you've run the installer and that the web server has write permissions on the PHP bb directory. Okay, so we're just talking about write permissions then, right? So the PHP bb directory. So this directory is... I mean, it is completely writable. The next... I mean, what happens if we just make a blank file? So touch config.php, chmod 777 config.php, and we'll try it again. Okay, install. Unable to change permissions. ... cache. So the cache. Okay, let me grab. So I thought I made these things writable by all, but you know what? Let's do it again. Okay, these should be readable by all. Let's retest the requirements. Okay, good. So now it seems to work. Administrator username. Okay, so I'm the Shy Hat. Great. Contact email address. Does it need to be a legitimate one? Well, let's just put in my Gmail address, just for fun. Okay, administrator password. Oh, it doesn't matter. Minimum length is 6 characters. Okay, we've got a bunch of stuff to configure here. Database type MySQL. Yep. Database server hostname or DNS. Hostname or DNS. I mean, this is localhost. Sportec says, thank you very much. I hope you get success in every way in your life. Thank you very much, Sportec. And you know what? Why don't you come by the Discord? So HackerFrogs has a Discord, and if you come by, if you're having any troubles, you can give us a message, and maybe we can help each other out. Localhost. Okay, so database server port. Leave this blank unless you know that the server operates on a non-standard port. Database username, database password. So we're root here. Our password is blank. Our database name, well, we'll make a database name. We'll call this HackerFrog PHP-BB. Prefix for tables in database. The prefix must start with the letter and prefix for tables in database. So PHP-BB, I mean, that works. Yeah, we have a Discord now, so you can come on in. We can talk about the stuff that you're learning, all of your problems, and well, not all of your problems that have to do with cybersecurity stuff. And we can all talk about it. Great. Unknown database. Okay, so this database does not exist. I guess we need to create the database first. All right, let's go ahead and do that in MySQL. Oops. Okay, we have a ad break on Twitch, so we'll run one on YouTube as well. And enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Access denied for root at localhost. Huh. Should be able to log in. Okay, yeah, we're logged in now. Show databases. HackerFrog forum, information schema, MySQL. So we need to make a new database. So how do we make a new database in MySQL again? I keep on forgetting all these things. MySQL create database. So that's going to be create database and then database name. Is that all? Okay. Create database HackerFrog PHP BB. Okay. Unfair Rabbit says, are these your birds? I mean, they're not my birds, but they're the birds in my neighborhood. So, I mean, I didn't get the footage from somebody else. I took the footage myself. Okay, so this is done. Let's go back. So installation. We're still installing this thing, right? Install. Install. Unable to change file permission. Why is it still saying this? Hold on. Reload. Install. Yeah, I mean, okay. So administrator, username. Okay. So Unfair Rabbit says, oh, okay, you feed them cool. Did you get their permission to come on camera? So much surveillance these days. Can't drink and eat peacefully. Well, I mean, that's the trade. If you come to the bird feeder and you see the camera, then you're giving permission to have your footage taken in exchange for food and water. Okay, so database type. This is localhost. Database username. So the database username in this case is going to be root, and the password is going to be no password. Database name, HackerFrogs PHP BB. Okay, cookie secure. If your server is running SSL, set this enabled, else leave as disabled. So cookie secure, we don't have SSL, so we say no. Force server URL settings, no. Server protocol HTTP, that's okay. Domain name is localhost. Server port is 80. Script path is /phpbb. Okay, done. Enable board-wide emails. If this is set to disabled, no emails will be sent to the board at all. Okay. Use SMTP server for email. We don't have an SMTP server, and we don't have any of this. So we just need to delete all this then. Cypher says, I live in New Zealand. It's a land of weird birds. So I mean, New Zealand is the kiwi, right? Is it the kiwi, the kakapo, and some other really weird birds? Unfair Rabbit says, birds are actually CIA. Be aware, people. That's why they are weird. Birds are weird because they're they're government plants. Well, they're government operatives. That's why they know all the information. Okay, submit this. Default language, British English. I mean, we don't have a choice. Title of the board, yourdomain.com. Title of the board, HackerFrogs. PHP BB board. Short description of the board. This is the HackerFrogs BB bulletin board. Done. Okay, then we install. The installer has finished successfully. Take me to the ACP. Okay. So I guess this is the admin control panel, ACP. Great, great. What can we do here? So this is localhost admin index.php. I guess we could create some users or something. Let's give this a test. We only have 3 minutes left. I mean, I'm glad I was able to actually install this within the hour that we had. Localhost. Let's see. PHP /. Okay, done. Great. Please delete, move, or rename the installed directory before you use the board. If this directory is still present, only the administrator control panel will be accessible. Delete, move, or rename the installed directory. Okay, so we need to... I mean, they talk about this here as well. Okay, so they say what? Delete, move, or rename the install directory. So we can do that from here. So the install directory is where? There it is. Okay, so we can... Well, I mean, I guess we can just delete it. So remove install, remove -r install, and then we'll reload the page. Okay, done. Great. So this is our bulletin board system. We can create new users maybe. Where are the Shy Hat? Let's log out. And then we can do login register. So Unfair Rabbit says, did you do AI pen tests? I saw people doing prompt injection on these LLMs on Twitter. You know, when I was doing security testing, AIs were not prominent yet. So the AIs came out in 2022. I think I was doing my security testing job in 2021. So 2021. I missed it by about a year or so. Unfortunate to say. Let's see. Let's see if we can register. So register. Okay, I agree to these terms, sure. And we need to give ourselves a username. So the username is going to be test user. How about test user? And the password must be at least 6 characters long. Tests. How about password? Confirm password. And email address, test@test.com. There's no language except for British English. Okay, confirmation code. To prevent automated registrations, the board requires you to enter a confirmation code. This has not been configured yet and hence cannot be used. Please try again later or contact the board administrator. Okay, so we'll see if we might come back to this next week to continue our adventures with the bulletin board. But we're going to be starting into our last topic of the day. So the last topic of the day is going to be SQL injection. Yay! So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing challenges. Cybernet Dante says, yay! Of course, of course. We're going to be doing challenges on the PicoCTF website. So let's see. PicoCTF is not going to be available on August 14th. That is not today, so that's okay. Okay, so we'll just...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet, Cybernerd Dante. Okay, so let's just get rid of all this stuff here. We're going to be hacking and doing some SQL injection. So let me change the topic. So we're doing topic 4. And I'll put 120 minutes on the clock. we're going to try to figure out how to do manual SQL injection where we can. And if where we can't do manual SQL injection, well, maybe we'll use some automated tools. Okay, so we're going to be doing a bunch of different challenges from the PicoCTF website. I've solved a lot of the web app challenges over here, but there's still a few that we haven't done. Most of them have to do with SQL injection, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we do it. So I think we should be looking at page here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some web gauntlet. Okay. So this is the challenge we're looking at over here. If you have an account over at PicoCTF, you can join on.
Mr. Hacknet, please be excused from class.
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Unfair Rabbit, for redeeming Go to Hack. I hope you go to Hack and have a great day. Okay, so what's going on in this challenge? So this website looks familiar. Login as the admin. Site is over here. I guess we can give this website to everybody else as well. Unfair Rabbit says, I can annoy you like this. I would recommend against using too many of those in a row, because something bad might happen. But anyways, let's go ahead and go over to the appropriate website. Okay, so filtered SQLite injection challenge number 2. And what can we do over here? So we're trying to log in as the admin, right? We've got the challenge description. Log in as the admin. Site is here. And, well, we might start clicking on these hints if we're not able to get anything at first. So we're going to try admin and then or 1 = 1. Comment it out. And run the password as test. Filtered. Okay, so I think in the last challenge there was a filter.php page that we could look at. Filter.php. Okay, so we can actually see the filters that are going on here. So filters or and true, false, union, like, and then a bunch of special characters. And so I guess that means we need to craft a payload that doesn't include these words or these special characters. So on the web page, so we'll keep the filter up, and we'll also go over to, what was it, login? But sir, you forgot to implement no rate limiting. Where is my bounty? I'm not part of the bug bounty program. Okay, so what is the... Right, so the good thing is that it tells us where the filter page is, so that we can refer to it. Okay, so username, password. If we just use the word admin, is that going to filter us as well? Yeah, the word admin is filtered. Okay, so how do we get around this? So this is the challenge is all about getting around the filters. But and for Rabbit, I don't want to sound like I'm grumpy or anything. It's just that I appreciate all of the great chat that you provide the community. Just don't abuse the video redeems. Thank you. Okay, so filtered. How do we get around this? So SQL filter bypass. There's probably a bunch of articles here. So SQL injection let's see. bypassing common filters. We can take a look at the article here. Avoiding block characters. Redacted IO. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? Okay, so the single quotation mark is not required if you are injecting into a numeric data field or column name. If you don't need to introduce a string into your payload attack, you can do this without needing to use quotes. Okay. If the comment symbol is blocked, you can craft your injected data such that it does not break the syntax of the surrounding query. So this is an article from Portswigger, which is, well, they're pretty well respected in the web app hacking space because they're the people that created Burp Suite. Okay, so you can use different characters to comment out the rest of the query. I mean, what is in the filter? So it looks like the hash symbol is not in the filter. So OR is filtered out, and true is filtered out, and false is filtered out. True and false, union, like. Okay, this is that's a lot of stuff that's filtered out. I wonder if our good friend the AI can help us out. Okay, so I'm not going to ask Claude because Claude is kind of uppity when it comes to SQL injection stuff or hacking in general. Okay, I am doing a CTF exercise around SQL injection. The following characters are filtered by the app, but I want to log in as the admin user. So Unfair Rabbit says SQL doesn't care about case sensitivity. That helps. I mean, that might help, Defus. Thank you very much for letting us know about that. So Unfair Rabbit says the new GPT-5 is so bad. I mean, some people say that GPT-5 is really bad. I've heard other people say that GPT-5 is really great. I mean, what are you... I guess it really depends on what you're using it for. But Unfair Rabbit, when you say that the GPT-5 is really bad, what are you trying to get it to do? And what kind of bad response are you getting from it? Okay, so... mathematical operators instead of equal sign. Since equal is filtered, you could try 1 minus 1 or 1 minus 1. Well, I mean, 1 minus 1 isn't going to work. The dash symbol is also, the minus symbol is also filtered. Oh, the double dashes are filtered. So you can use a single dash. Okay, so we can start... So we can do something like, let's make this nice and big. So 1 minus 1. And let's see. So this is a single quote filtered out as well? Single quote is not filtered out. So you can do single quote. So you can do admin, well, actually admin, maybe all caps admin, or
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, thank you, Defus, for redeeming all the things. drink all the booze and hack all the things. I'm sure they played that a lot during DEF CON. If anybody was at DEF CON in the chat, let us know, and maybe we can ask you more about it. Because I have no idea what happened at DEF CON this year. Okay, so Unfair Rabbit says, mid-level complexity task, I have to mention think more to get a satisfactory result. I mean, what kind of task were you asking it to do? Okay, so I think you can use, yeah, I could use a hashtag to get around it as well. I was using it for AD enumeration, like the commands and stuff. It keeps giving the wrong commands. I mean, I wouldn't use ChatGPT for hacking like that. I would, AD enumeration using ChatGPT. Are you talking about like legitimate Active Directory commands, or are you talking about like using hacker tools against Active Directory? Because it might do one of those better than the other. Okay, so we can comment out using the hash symbol maybe. Okay, so we could try a payload like this. Oh, it doesn't like the word or either. So like what Deefus said, sometimes you can use a different case and it'll let you through. Okay, so let's see. Like the certipy AD commands, it keeps giving the wrong command. Certipy AD, I mean, that sounds like a hacking tool. Let me look it up really fast. Certipy AD. Okay, I mean, certipy Active Directory certificate services. The thing is that ChatGPT is not going to be able to give you very good responses regarding this tool that's on GitHub, because I'm not too sure like how old this tool is, or if it's like super common to see in the space. So it's the more widely used a tool is, the better responses that ChatGPT is going to give. But in this case, it's kind of an obscure. It's an obscure tool because it's confined to people who are doing Active Directory hacking, and that's why it's not going to be able to give you very good answers. You're better off looking, just searching online for like cheat sheets, or like, you know, the wiki. There's a wiki over here that can give you the correct commands as well. Okay, so let's try this out. Okay, password is anything we want. That was filtered. So is just the word admin filtered? This is still filtered. Okay, so it's looking for uppercase and lowercase. How about if we do camel case? That's still filtered. So let's see. Deefus says AI is very bad on certipy, and certipy got a large update lately, which made the syntax different. I mean, that's what I mean. That it's not great when tools suddenly change their syntax, which makes previous commands not work anymore. Sportex says, I have messages in your Discord general chat section. Please read it. I'm not going to be able to get to the Discord messages until after the stream is over, because I can't read Discord messages while I'm streaming. But I'll get to your messages probably later on tonight, Sportec. Thank you very much for your patience. Okay, so admin is not allowed. I think we're pretty close with something like this. We just need to find a way to replace the or and the admin. Where were we? Okay, so using in instead of equal sign. So or username in admin. What? Using string functions. So if admin is filtered, try or username like this stuff, which equals admin. Well, I mean, this is fine, except for the fact that we're still using the or, which isn't allowed. Okay, so single quote or username like these characters over here. Okay, so I mean the or is still here, which means we need to find some way to change this up. Using comments inside of keywords. Some keywords can be bypassed by inserting comments. That looks using URL encoding. So try URL encoding special versions of characters. Different command syntax. So these are filtered. Try this. Boolean algebra. Null comparison. Okay, so this is going to be filtered because it's got the word or inside of it. But let's give it a try anyways. Combined input lengths too long. Huh. I didn't expect that error, but I guess it's there. All right. So can we get around the... So admin... Can we put stuff in between here? Can we URL encode admin? So let's just try some URL encode. Okay, can we encode everything? Yeah, we've got ads running on Twitch, so run them on YouTube. And let's put on the raining time birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to do a little ad break. Sorry, a little water break. Okay, let's put the rainy time birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so many filters. we're trying to get around it by using these characters, but doesn't look like... Certipies just didn't have the time to ripen. Suddenly there was 8 or 9 AD certificate services hacks, which were and still are super impactful. And Certipy is the only tool that is able to hack all of them. Meanwhile, 16 hacks of 80s. Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a very popular way to attack Active Directory these days. I haven't gotten around to testing it out myself, because I don't do too much Active Directory stuff these days. But I'd really like to give it a go. Okay, so we're URL encoding this. Can we do like a deeper URL encode? And Henry, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let's start up our burp suite, because I know with burp suite you can do some deeper encoding. How are you doing? We're just trying to figure out how to do some SQL injection. It's a lot of filtering going on. We need to work our way around the darn filters. Okay, next. Start up burp suite. Computer sure is running hot. Okay, so we need to go over and start our burp suite browser. Then we need to go to burp suite, and I think we can just go over to, which one is it called? Is it called the sequencer or the decoder? So the decoder is here. We want to encode as URL encoding. So we can URL encode this, and we can see if we can feed this into the application here. Not admin. What? Oh, you know what? At least we got something. We got some output here. So select a username password from users where username equals something and password equals test. Okay, so Ann Henry says, sounds great. I'm beginner in cybersecurity. Great, Ann Henry. Yeah. So I mean, why don't you join the Discord? There you go. And what kind of role are you aiming for inside of cybersecurity? Let us know. Thank you. Okay, so username equals something and password equals test. So this is not admin. Well, I mean, can we just do test and it'll also give us the not admin response here? Okay. Okay, so maybe in this case we just don't send the word admin. Yeah, no worries. It's just I think YouTube is getting a little bit better about me using that word, but I try not to use it when I don't need to. So maybe we won't use the word admin at all. So, but we still have or here. So do we just send this? It seems awful short. Okay, not admin. Is this a single quote or a double quote? This is a single quote. So this is... This is still not admin. Okay. Null comparisons, or username is not null. So we definitely can't use the or and true, false, union, like, equals, greater than, less than, semicolon, double dashes, admin. Okay, so there are more articles and stuff written on this. SQL, filter, bypass. Okay, Google Google code. I'm kind of... Why does Google tell you about how to bypass SQL injection filters? Okay, Diva says, I think there's a lower function is SQL in SQL, okay, which makes everything in lowercase. So maybe you have to send it capital letters admin and feed it through this function. Okay, let's... lower or username lower admin. That's I mean, this is pretty tricky looking. Let's see if any of this works. Okay, this says not admin. Combine input lengths too long. So it has to be, so everything has to be, the entire injection has to be under 35 characters. And it looks like it is a little bit more, this could be a little bit more than 35 characters here. Okay, so what does Google have to say? Oh, you know what? That's funny. That's funny. So this is some sort of user created wiki over here. Bypassing SQL injection filters. So this is the article I'm looking at over here. No, like lower admin or true. Okay, well, I mean, I'll give it a shot. Because what else am I supposed to do? So, I mean, both true and or are also blocked. So this gets filtered. Okay, so SQL comments. Oh. Okay. Ah, okay. You could inject a bunch of these slashes over here. Let's see if slashes work for... Not admin. Okay. So this is not interpreted as code. Doesn't work, doesn't work, doesn't work. Okay, URL encoding. So URL encoded query. So URL encoding doesn't work for the username here. Where is it? I don't think we need this stuff anymore. Or username. Filtered. Okay. So it got filtered. Well, I mean, it probably got filtered because we used the or over here. Not admin. So that this, in this case, it doesn't interpret the URL encoding as the actual characters. Okay, we've got a bunch of hints that we can click on here, and we've already been working on this for a while. So let's click on some hints. I try to make it a little bit less contrived since the mini competition. Okay, yeah, sure. Each filter is separated by a space. Spaces are not filtered. This doesn't tell us anything. There's only one round this time. When you beat it, the flag will be in filter.php. Okay. There's a length component now. I mean, we saw that there's a length component. The payload has to be less than 35 characters long. And SQLite. So SQLite is the DBMS that we're working with. So are there specific filter bypasses for SQLite? SQLite injection filter bypass. Okay. One more time. What is the name of it again? SQLite. Bypassing SQLite filters manually. Injection cheat sheet. Okay, let's ask over here. Are there any specific bypass techniques for the SQLite DBMS? You need to make sure I'm human. Verify I'm human, sure. Okay, so let's see. Since you're working with SQLite, here are some specialized techniques to bypass filters you mentioned. Alternative comparison operators. So SQLite has several comparison operators beyond the filtered ones. Okay, where one is 1 is 1. Okay, so instead of 1 equals 1, you can do 1 is 1. Diva says, you're a frog. You're a frog. Yeah, I mean, we can give you this if it makes you feel any better.
Bud. Wives. Bud. Bud. Wives. Bud. Wives. Foot.
Okay, so where 1 is 1. So 1 and 1.
Foot. Five. Foot. Foot. Five. Foot. Five. Foot.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so let's try this one. Okay. Bam. Payload. Filtered. Okay, so what did it filter on? Oh, the equal sign. So we can use the word is instead of admin, right? Hold on. Let's try this out. Not admin. Okay, so if you put in the pipes here, it doesn't work. How about, numeric truth values. SQLite treats 1 as true and 0 as false. So alternative comment syntax. Where 1. Space is important. What? Where true. True? I don't think there is an is statement in SQL, but I may be wrong. I mean, yeah, DeepSeek could also be wrong. Using glob instead of like. Where username glob equals something. Oh. Unicode trickery. Where username equals admin. Oh, we've got a Turkish character here. And this counts as... Huh. That would be really funny. Can we... Does this count as... Does this count on the application? Okay. Not admin. So that doesn't count as admin if you use the Turkish I? Hex encoding. Hex for admin. Where username is subqueries with exists. Using case statements. Oh, jeez. Practical payload examples. Basic auth bypass. Well, I mean, we can't use the word or. So one of the big problems with the filtered characters is the inability to use or in the payload. Okay, so we can use the logical or alternative. We can use mathematical operators. Does it interpret? Okay, let's try this out. We need to use the other. So 1 or 1. 1 or 1. Not admin. Okay, so where... We need to find a way to put in the word admin first. So that's probably the first thing we need to figure out. So how do we... Or username cast glob. Okay, let's... This is what it's like to pound your head against a problem for an hour or so. Well, it's been more than an hour. Oh no, it hasn't been more than an hour. Okay. Pipe. Not admin. Okay. So the URL encoded query doesn't work. URL encoding / doesn't get interpreted. Case variation. I think we figured out that that case variation doesn't work here. Filtered. Hex encoding, Unicode trickery. Hex for admin. Can we give hex for admin? It'd be funny if we could. Let's see if we can. Not admin. Okay, so this doesn't get interpreted as admin. Subqueries with exists using case statements. Time-based. Using glob instead of like, where username glob admin. I mean, this could be interesting. If it works. Not admin, okay. I mean, this is... These are all the hints. So admin, if we just straight up use this, I don't think it works. Not admin. Oh, how about this? Still not admin. SQLite injection, payload, all the things. Okay, there's a... This is more reliable because it's not coming from an AI. Well, at least I don't think it's coming from an AI. So string. SQLite blind with error-based SQL remote code. It doesn't say anything about filters, though, unfortunately. Payload all the things. Maybe if we just go here. Oh, this is about SQLite specifically. Okay, let's just go to the SQL injection cheat sheets. We can do this. We can okay, so let me let me play some other music just a second. Okay, filter. Alternative whitespace characters. No spaces allowed. Well, I mean, we're not looking for spaces in this case. Bypassing with comments. So this is no space allowed. No space allowed. This is no comma allowed. No equal allowed. Okay. So like not in between case modification. So I mean this might be what we're looking for. Bypassing using keyword case insensitive or equivalent operator. What? Forbidden or the bypass is this. This stuff shouldn't work, but give it a try. Not admin. Okay, well, we just need to figure out how to type in admin now. There's ads running on Twitch. Okay, everybody. There are some birds. Enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. We're just going to take a little water break. Calico, hello, nice to see you here. Is my mic on? It wasn't on until you told me to turn my mic on. Thank you. That got filtered. Sorry, we're just doing some SQL injection stuff. Thank you very much for letting us know that the mic was not on. How embarrassing. Okay. Case modification, bypass, no comma allowed, comments in parentheses. How else do we get around the fact that we can't put in the word admin? Okay. Where exists? Subqueries with exists. Oh, you know what? So Diva said that there was a lower function, right? We can drill in on that, or what was it? Lower admin. Can we just put this in? Filtered. Oh, so that was interpreted as admin. Okay. Maybe we can do upper. That's also filtered, because it was interpreted as admin. Oh boy. Let's focus. Let's focus on bypassing the admin string filter. So string concatenation, well, I don't think... Let's just try this one over here. Not admin, so this doesn't get counted as the word admin. Don't think this one will either. Okay. Character code alternatives. SQLite doesn't have car. Uses the substring hex interpretation. Try all the things. Not admin here either. Hex encoding, case variation, I mean, white space obfuscation, this is just not going to be interpreted as admin. It's going to be interpreted with the space. Yeah, that's not admin. Comment injection. So we can't put these comments are going to get filtered. Yeah. Actually, we could maybe use this comment instead. That is not interpreted as admin. Okay. How about... that's not going to work. This was more likely to work. Minus D plus D plus min. Man, I'm really grasping at straws here. Not admin, okay. Unicode homoglyphs. So this didn't work. Cyrillic A. I mean, the Cyrillic A might work. Let's give it a try. Nope, wasn't interpreted as the right A. Like glob patterns, like A. If you just need to match admin, like A. Wait, like is filtered, isn't it? Yeah, like is filtered. So we can't use the word like. Glob admin might work. Environment variables. Oh. Select name from Pragma database list limit 1 may reveal useful strings. I mean, there's nothing forbidden in this particular thing, right? Alright, well, we'll give this a try. Combined input length too long, has to be under 35 characters. Too bad. Basic auth bypass. Using the lob pattern, using the Unicode. Okay, so I think we've been working on this problem for about an hour or so. I think I'll switch over to another challenge. We might come back to this if we are able to succeed in the other challenge. It's just I don't want to spend too much time stuck on the same challenge over and over, because we don't seem to be getting anywhere. Let's try another challenge then. So instead of web gauntlet, we'll do, I think it's called Irish repository, Irish name repository. So I think there was a number 2. This is still going to be SQL injection, but it's going to be slightly different, hopefully. Okay, where is it? Irish name repo 2. Okay. So this is more SQL injection, but it's slightly different. If anybody wants to follow along with us, this is the challenge link. Someone has bypassed the login before, and now it's being strengthened. Try to see if you can still log in. So we got an IP address, sorry, a domain, or URL rather, can log into. Okay, let's go back. List of the Irish. So does anybody recommend? Well, okay, we can. So these are all Irish people. I guess there's a lot of. And the funny thing about this list of Irish people is that there are no names that start with O apostrophe, because that's not allowed inside of SQL systems. So admin login, username, password, okay. Username. We don't know. Password, this. SQLI detected. Okay, so we're still trying to bypass some sort of filters. Okay, so the login page doesn't lead us anywhere. So I guess it errored out. So login failed. So login failed versus this, where it errors out. And so we put the OR in here. It says SQLI detected. So we can't use the OR. So OR is part of the filtered list. So we can keep track of the filtered list over here. Filter list. So we just need to keep track of this. OR is on the filter list. So what's not on the filter list? So I guess we'll call this the allow list. So single quote is on the allow list. Okay, let's go back. So admin, the string is allowed, so that's great. Let's go back to the challenge. See if you can still log in, and we've got a hint. Just because we haven't had any hits so far, let's get the hint. The password is being filtered. Well, thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, so let's go back. So OR is being filtered, and is not filtered. So the allow list, we have and. Thank you very much for following El Pibe Buscapina. El Pibe Buscapina. I have no idea what that means. Let us know what it means. Thank you very much, El Pibe Buscapina. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have a hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we can use and. Can we use the double dashes to comment out? What? What? Okay. Well, I mean, I'll take a flag. What did we put in? It's just admin and then comment out everything else. It's just okay, well, I mean, we got a win, so that's nice. It's nice that we were able to get a win. Let's do a little write-up. Let's do a write-up, because if we don't document it, it didn't happen. And let's record it over here. GitHub. walkthroughs, and this is a walkthrough for PicoCTF. So PicoCTF, CalicoSploit says that was quick. This time it was quick, but on the other challenge we were working on it for over an hour and we weren't able to get it. Was that rated very easy? This is a medium. This was rated medium level. So take with that what you will. Okay, so Irish name repo. This is PicoCTF 2019. And I should have Irish name repo 1 here. Okay, let's add the next file. Irish name repo 2.md. Okay. So we need the URL of the challenge, we need the concept, and we need the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so the URL of the challenge is, let's get that. Challenge number 59. The concept is SQL injection, authorization bypass with filters. So the method of solve. The OR keyword is being filtered, so we can't use the classic SQL auth bypass payload. CalicoSploit says, I love that I'm learning proper documentation as well on top of your walkthroughs. I mean, if you don't, people really value documentation, especially when you start doing a job, when you're doing security testing. If you're not able to document the stuff that you find and have the customers, the clients reproduce what you found, then you're not going to get paid. And not getting paid is a very bad thing. Okay, so the classic payload for SQL injection authorization bypass is quote or 1 equals 1 double dashes. So in this case, we used something that looks kind of similar, but not exactly the same thing. So the proper payload is... What was the proper payload? Let me grab that again. This one. I wonder if the 1 equals 1, or if the equal sign is, I wonder if the equal sign is being filtered on as well. Okay, so yeah, that's not being filtered. Alright, so we can go ahead and move on to the next challenge. Done. Great. We can move on to level number 3. Hopefully it's not horribly difficult. We'll see how difficult it is. Okay. So the next challenge is going to be Irish name repo number 3. Alright. Try to see if you can log in as admin. Okay, great. Here's the IP address. Sorry, here's the URL. If you want to join in along with us. And why wouldn't you? This is so fun. Okay. Alright, same thing. Go to the admin's login page. Password. Admin login password. We only need to supply the password. Login failed. So we're only given... We don't need to supply the username. Okay, well, I mean, we don't get anything here. Login failed. I wonder what is going on when we send this request. Let's take a look at this the login in Burp Suite. Okay, so just send a test. Login failed. Okay. We can go back to Burp Suite. We can take a look at the post request here. Send it to the repeater. So test and debug equals 0. So debug equals 0, huh? I guess we could set this to debug equals 1 and get some extra stuff. Send this. Login failed. Okay, so now we'll set debug equal to 1 and send the same thing. Select star from admin, where password test. Password test. Wait, we sent test. GRFG? Do we just need to send this string? GRFG. Login failed. What's going on here? Select star from admin where password equals test. Password GRFG. This is weird. So I'll just send the password as something. So there's some sort of transformation going on here. So is this the same number of characters? So something is 9 characters. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is also 9 characters. So there's some sort of transformation being done here. I mean, is this gonna be something really easy, like Caesar cipher? Okay, so let's go ahead and shift our Caesar cipher to see if we can get something. Yeah, this is Caesar cipher. This is ROT 13. Okay, well, we know that whatever we send is going to be modified and ROT 13ified. So I guess anything that we send to the server is going to be... We need to keep in mind that the ROT 13 transformation is being done to it. So what does that mean? That means we need to... Select star from admin where password equals... I mean, we don't know what the correct password is. If we knew what the correct password is, we could just ROT 13 it and then send it over and then log in. That's not the case in here. So debug equals 1. I wonder if we can do it on this one here. So that doesn't work. It just gives us login failed. So we're gonna have to work inside of Burp Suite while we're doing this. Okay, so can we send our fancy smancy So let's see. Union union select null 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 and debug equals 1. And I mean, if we were to send this stuff, we need to URL encode this. Actually, I'm pretty sure only one thing is being sent back with this request. So we just need to grab this and Caesar cipher it. Okay, and then replace it. And then send it. Okay, so Von Borg says, do we know what kind of database it is? I mean, one of the things that we need to figure out, I guess the thing that we need to figure out first is we need to figure out what kind of database is being used. Okay, so I actually have a little guide that I wrote a really long time ago that talks about this kind of stuff. Let's see. So HackerFrogs, after school web app stuff. So the guide is for beginner's SQL injection. So identify the injection point, determine the number of columns. So we need to determine the number of columns before we do the identify the DBMS step. So union select null 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 or null null or whatever it is. Let's see if so we just send something like this. So it just gives us the login failed message. Okay, so select star from admin where password equals union select null. Login failed. So, I mean, it should be giving us some sort of error message if we or maybe not. Null, 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 null. Alistair, hello. What is that redeem right there? I don't know who Steve is. Could you enlighten us? All right, let's send this. So this just gives us login failed again. I mean, how do we get it to union select null 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 null? I guess, oh man, if this is some sort of time-based SQL injection, then that's going to be a big problem. So, okay. Let me look this up real quick. And Henry says, which challenge are you doing? So we're doing this one right here. It's called Irish name repo 3. I got the wrong, yeah, this is the wrong channel. There's no Steve here. Seems like the password is encrypted. Really now? Okay. Okay, we're looking up SQL injection time-based. Blind SQL injection time-based. So we need to find something that'll sleep the application. Sleep. Okay, so how do we get, let's see, SQL sleep function? So for Postgres stores user data PG user, you could do select star from PG user. I mean, I just want to make sure that we can get the SQL injection first. So sleep second. Sleep and then seconds. So like maybe sleep 5 or sleep 10. So let's see. Let's suppose only one thing is being returned. So that would be union select sleep 5 or sleep 10. Let's just use sleep 10 to make sure that it's proper, in which case it is this. Okay, back. Okay, send it. Where password equals union sleep 10. Maybe we need to add an extra thing over here. Or password equals something, right? Something. Grunt Play, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Okay, send this off. Password something. Union select sleep 10. Internal server error. Okay, so this is it looks like SQL. Yeah, it's SQLi. Yeah, for sure. It's this challenge right here. We're doing Irish name repo 8. Sorry, Irish name repo 3. This is the link. Password equals... Okay, I think we need to get rid of this over here. So this is also an internal server error. So it's an internal server error because we don't have the correct number of columns. Okay, so what was it? What was the word for null? This is null. Okay. So all of the stuff here is also being encoded into well, encrypted into ROT13. So this is why I'm messing around with this thing. Okay, send this. So this is an internal server error. Okay, so how do we not get the internal server error? Can we just send it like... This is still an internal server error. I guess the only way we don't have an internal server error is if we just do the thing normally. This is a 200 OK. It says login failed. I mean, we could just throw SQL map at this. You know what? I might give it a try. Okay, so what was the page that we're looking at? This one here, admin login. Login failed. So let's go over to our post request. Oh, you know what? SQL map might get screwed up because of the encoding or the encryption. So maybe we can't just, you know, pass this off to SQL map. Oh well. Okay, Vonborg says, have you tried to semicolon to send 2 SQL statements? I mean, we could try, sure. Let's do that. Okay, we need to Caesar cipher encode this. Login failed. Oh, we didn't switch the debug to 1. Okay, let's switch the debug to 1. Try it again. SQL query is select star from admin where password equals select star from admin. This is a 200. Yeah, so, what happens if we just do the second command, just sleep? So if the second command, we just want it to be sleep for 10 seconds, and then see if it actually sleeps for 10 seconds. So this came back immediately. So this obviously didn't sleep for 10 seconds, because it came back immediately. So if we want to break this, how do we break this? Still isn't interpreting the sleep. I mean, it's still good that it's returning 200, but we're not getting any output from the application. What I'd like to do is I would like to get some sort of union select. So let's write it over here. Union select null sleep 10 This is probably going to error the application out. This is still okay. That's unexpected. But it still wasn't interpreted. I think it's because we put in the semicolon. If we take out the semicolon, then it'll error out. Yeah, now we're getting an internal server error. So, but the internal server error returns immediately, so we don't have SQL injection. Okay, let's send this one. Okay, also immediate server error. Also internal server error. Okay, let me look back at my notes. So identify injection point. So a common way to test if an injection point is valid is to send input in the form of a single quote or double quote. Determine number of columns for union select. Okay, so internal server error. So this sends a null. This sends another null. The debug is nice, but we aren't able to get information from the application here. I wonder if we could just Obviously, we're not going to bypass this. Could we potentially bypass this? So the bypass, I mean the classic bypass payload is this. Which of course we would need to encode. Then send this over. Van Borg says you need a semicolon between two SQL commands. Add it again and try to add null. Could you give me an example of what the full payload would look like, Van Borg? What? Was that all we needed to do? This was a lot. I thought it would be more tricky than this. I really thought it would be more tricky than this. Okay, well, I guess we can do our write-up and then... Oh man, okay. Why did I work on this so long? Submit flag. I mean, it's a W is a W, but it didn't feel very good getting finishing it off like that. All right, let's do our write-up. I thought I was gonna have to do some union select stuff. Okay, let's do our write-up. This was, let's see, PicoCTF 2019, Irish name repo 3. Okay, we've got our, so the URL of the challenge, the concept, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so let's get that challenge URL. Here. Okay, the concept is SQL injection auth bypass, strange input encryption. Okay, so the login page in this challenge is only looking for a password. When we look at the post request for the login, you see that our request includes a debug parameter, which is initially set to 0. So we can set it to 1 to see the SQL queries being sent. Okay, and what else? When we can see the SQL queries that are sent we see that all alphabetical input is being transformed. Before being used by the SQL database. Transformation on the alphabet characters is rot13, which we need to bear in mind while we're doing SQL injection. Okay, so the method of solve is send the standard SQL auth bypass payload, but encrypt the OR portion of the payload with rot13 beforehand. So, or 1 equals 1 dash dash becomes B 1 equals 1 dash dash. Anyways, commit those changes. Alright. We've got 17 minutes left. I think, you know, I don't want to do SQL injection anymore. It's, I'm really SQL injectioned out. So we might do an easy challenge instead. How about we do an easy Docker Labs challenge? I think I've earned it. Let's see. Celcel Mikkel? Kelkel Mikkel or Celsa Mikkel? Do you do binary hacking? Yeah, we do binary hacking every once in a while. But I don't think we'll be doing binary hacking right now. I just want to do something easy to finish off the stream. And so let's just do an easy challenge from Docker Labs over here. Okay, PicoCTF, WinFake, Influencer Hate, Forbidden Hack, Package, Poison, Walking Dead, Elevator, Winterfell, Piccadilly, Press Enter. I think we've done almost all of these. Oh, this one's called Grooty. I don't think I've done this one. Okay, let's download it, and then we will do some good old-fashioned Linux hacking. My favorite. Wait, did I not submit the flag? I need to check. Okay, yeah, I did it before. Okay, great. Alright, let's get rid of this stuff. Let's move into the downloads directory. Unzip Grooty. And deploy the Docker container so we can do hacking. Okay, let's see. Grooty tar. Okay, so this is the Docker container. Okay, so Salsa Mikhail says, what do you think about Pwn? Is it still worth it to deep learn about that stuff? I mean, if you think it's really interesting, then by all means do whatever you think is the most interesting to you, and then find the job positions available afterwards. Because you definitely don't want to choose what you want to do based on what is going to be the easiest to get a job in. because that can change. It might change in 6 months, it might change in a year. Choose what you are passionate about. If it's something that that really interests you and that you're really enthusiastic about doing, that's the best thing to learn. I'm waiting on Friday's schedule. Friday schedule, I mean, it's here. So Friday's schedule is Windows hacking, it is reverse engineering, it's Python programming, and it's assembly stuff. Okay, so we've got an IP address over here. We're just going to scan against it, and then we can get our hacking going. So I'm going to call this window nmap port scanning. I'll make it a nice fun color like green, and then we'll do some nmap. I'm looking forward to Friday's schedule. Thank you very much, Neems. Did you upload the screenshots? So another thing that you could try is if you're having troubles with your machines, try creating a new network, and then adding both of your machines to the new network, and then see if you can get them to communicate that way. Okay, so there's port 3306, which is MySQL. Kind of unusual, but not super unusual. And we got Grooty's Web. Okay, we'll do some web app enumeration. We will make this yellow. We'll run derb. No, why are you doing this? Okay, we got archives, we got secret, we have a secret directory, so that's great. We can go ahead and check out the directory itself. So I am Grooty16. I am Grooty16. I mean, Grooty16 immediately jumps out to me as a potential username. So we definitely want to record this. So users.txt, Grooty16, Grooty16, just Groot, just Grooty, just Groot. These are potential usernames we could have on the system. And we got ads, so we'll run the ads on YouTube. We'll put the birds on. How about these adorable birds? We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Okay, Cypher asks, do you have an adorable cockroach feeder? I mean, I don't feed cockroaches, not on purpose anyways. So sometimes they're able to get whatever falls from the bird feeder, but I don't have a cockroach feeder. Let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so I think we can also translate this website. Welcome to my universe, explore my files, my photos, my database, ship bills. This is kind of unusual. So this is probably created by something else. Edwin, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so we saw that there was a secret directory. What is this? Okay, we can translate this from Spanish to English. Starship Milano. Okay, I think download the instruction file. Gruti system. Let's see if there's anything interesting in the comments over here. So we got a style sheet. We got a download link. And I guess we will download the instructions. So it says, look carefully here. What? What do you mean, look carefully here? So are we supposed to look in the secret directory? Is that what we're supposed to do? I mean, we can do that. Okay, let's try... Secret directory, okay. Let's try some GoBuster. So GoBuster in the secret directory. Word list, we'll use the standard word list. It is user share word lists dirbuster directory list 2.3 medium.txt. We'll search for PHP, HTML, TXT, back, zip, SQL, because we know that there's an SQL database. And I think we'll just start with this. Okay, so all we've found so far is index.html. What does GoBuster do? So GoBuster is a directory busting tool. So directory busting is trying to figure out which directories and files exist on a website by doing a test with a big word list with common directory names and web page names. So this is how we try to map out a website, and if we're able to do so, we can better understand what exactly is on the website. Okay, 35%. Look carefully here. I mean, what other type of... I mean, maybe we've got some XML files. So we saw some XML files used on other parts of the website, I think. Container. So the rest of the website here, this is Rocket database. Download the instruction file. Oh, you know what? There's Rocket as another user. So we can add this to our users name list. Rocket. So everything in the users list could potentially be a password as well. So we're going to copy users, and we're going to put that into passwords, pass.txt. Okay, so this could be a PDF file, or it could be an XML file. Or it could be a spreadsheet file. What are spreadsheet files again? Windows spreadsheet file extension. XLSX. XLS. Okay. Naya, well, I mean, Naya is, translate, Google. Just a second. So administrator. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Naya is a user. Okay, so let's add Naya to that list. We'll also add the lowercase version because Unix likes all lowercase letters in their passwords and whatnot and their usernames. Okay, and I think we have enough to do a brute force attack with Hydra. Okay, well, I mean, it wasn't able to find any. That's okay. Alright, so let's see. We didn't manage to find anything here. So we can look for some other files. So XLS, XLSX, DB for database. Download the instruction file. What else is on the website? I'm named Grudy, you are Root. So we got some JPEGs here as well. What? What is this? What are these comments here? I am Groot. I think Rocket has entered my database. So Rocket is maybe the database user's name. Okay, Rocket. Yeah. What else was in... Okay, don't see anything else. My photos. Readme.txt. Okay, so we're gonna give this another 30 minutes, and we'll see how far we get in 30 minutes. Hopefully we're able to finish it. Maybe, maybe not. But we'll put 30 minutes on the clock. Okay, so there's Groody and there's a readme.txt. Why is there a readme.txt here? What? Password 1? Why? Okay, well, find where I put it. Password 1, find where I put it. Password 1 could be one of these could be the actual password. Okay, so let's try that brute force attack again. So I guess we'll call this tab brute force attacks. Give it a fancy color. Okay, so I think, well, that brute force attack didn't work. Let's look for, so we're looking for database files, we're looking for spreadsheets, we're looking for JPEG files, TXT files, PNG files maybe. We'll just wait on this. In the meantime, we can do some other stuff. We can also try brute force attacking the SQL. So how do we do Hydra with MySQL? Let me look that up real quick. Hydra, brute force, MySQL. Okay, so MySQL. Hydra. Okay, so it's basically the same thing, except we specify MySQL. Oh, we can log in as the Rocket user, password 1, in the MySQL database. Sure. MySQL, let's see. How do you do remote login with MySQL? I think it's on the same page here. Remote MySQL, let's see, this stuff. Okay. Well, we'll call this remote access. We'll make it red because red is powerful. Okay, so we know that the username is Rocket. We know that the host name is, well, we know the IP address. Okay, so the port is going to be 3306. This is the standard port. Password is password 1. Self-signed certificate in certificate chain. What? Hold on, let's see. MySQL ignore SSL. Okay, to ignore SSL refers to disabling SSL TLS encryption for connections. So SSL mode disabled. Unknown variable. So this doesn't exist. Okay, let's look real quick at the help. Thank you very much for following Camilla. Camilla, thank you very much. You are now a HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a unit system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so I haven't encountered this error with MySQL before. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have the AI take a look at the error. It might be able to provide us with the answer. What is going on with MySQL? SSL verify server cert. Thank you very much for following Chrome War. Chrome War, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. You are now a HackerFrog. Hack the planet, my friend.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, your MySQL client is rejecting it because it's not signed by the Trusted Certificate Authority. And Von Bork says SSL verify server cert. Skip SSL verification. SSL mode disabled. I mean, we could try this. I don't know if this is actually recognized by my program. Yeah, it doesn't recognize this. Okay, so let's secure bypass. Still uses SSL but ignores the cert. So SSL verify cert equals off. And this looks very similar to what Von Bork was sending. Okay, now we're in the MySQL database. Let's see. Show databases. Files secret, information schema, performance schema. So files secret seems to be a very fun place to look. So we're gonna use files secret, and then we're going to show tables. Rutas. Rutas in Spanish means something, I'm sure. Roots, okay? So select star from Rutas. Images. Secret, unprivate, secret. var www html files factoras. I mean, this seems unprivate secret. So the images, that's normal. Invoices in Spanish. Chrome War, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for letting us know. Yeah, so everything on this website, Docker Labs, it was created by a famous cybersecurity YouTuber, a Spanish cybersecurity YouTuber named El Pingüino de Mario. And I'm not sure where El Pingüino de Mario is from. Is he Spanish, or is he from Mexico or another country? If you know, let us know. But they're the person who created the website here that we're hacking on. Okay, so unprivate secret. Unprivate, huh? I mean, I'm pretty sure What does the star mean in select from root? So when we select star, star means every column. So it returns the ID column, the number column, and the root column. I think he's from Spain. Oh, okay. So unprivate secret. Okay, well, I mean, this is pretty fun. So it looks like it's a terminal. So number 1. I mean, let's figure out how this thing works. So who am I? Password 1. It downloads a file. Okay, let's try to understand what exactly is going on this page. We'll just translate all this stuff. Greedy access terminal, restricted access to the ship's log system, automatically logging of each entry, limits applied, and then there's a terminal. Okay, I mean, let's take a look and see if there's anything hiding in here. It doesn't look like, so this goes to generate.php. So number 1 to 100. I guess it downloads a file each time. So did we download something? Password1.txt. Okay. Buen intento. Nice try. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to download everything. Let's try number 2. So password 2. Okay. Password 2 is probably going to say the same thing. More stuff. Great. Well, I mean, I can't say I'm not having fun. It says try again. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, we can. I mean, we can download all of these, right? What is the file path that we're taking? So let's start up Burp Suite again. I hope it isn't file 100. Well, it's probably going to be file 200 or something. Okay, so to round off the night, let's play some StarCraft music. Okay, so let's get what that file request actually is. Okay, so we'll try number 1. What is this? Please fill out this field. Message of access. Access message. Mensaje de acceso. Access message, right? Okay. Hello. Number 1 to 100. 1. Okay, that downloads. Let's see. So this is a post request. So the post request is to generate content hello number 1. And we can fuzz this. So we can save, copy the file, We'll call this request.txt. Okay, and then afterwards we can fuzz the program using something like FFUF. Remote access, we'll call this... Well, I mean, this is another brute force attack. Okay, so... the request file is here. We need to modify it. So content is hello, number is going to be fuzz. Because we want this number to change every time we make the request to see if which numbers are valid. And so Charitardha, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Why don't you use Google Translate directly in the browser? I mean, I guess we could. It's just that I'm not super used to doing it. I guess I should be doing that. Okay, so we're going to fuzz. We're going to do a sequence of numbers. Let's say 0 to 200, and we're going to call it sequence.txt. We're going to see what is valid from the system by using FFUF with the request. Request.txt. Okay, and then HTTP. It's a pretty short list, but we're going to get the sequence.txt file. So it's just a list of numbers from 0 to 200. Okay, so these are all, I mean, these all look normal. Except a couple of them look a little bit unusual. So most of these files are size 52. Wait, what is number 1? I just want to see where number 1 is on the list. Number 1 is size 5. So we're going to eliminate size 5. The form field lets you choose between 1 and 100. So, I mean, usually the secrets are going to be... We need to test beyond the number 100, just in case there's something hiding there. So we're going to filter on size 5. And we've got ads running on Twitch, so we're running them on YouTube. And look, guys, it's a Stellar's J. Well, I mean, this isn't a Stellar's J. We're going to be back in about 45 seconds. Just needed to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so what are some of these unusual responses? So 16 seems to be the largest response, so we should try number 16. So after... Yeah, so I think these are all error messages probably. Okay, let's try number 16. Password 16. Insecure download blocked? No, keep it. Thank you. This is a zip file. Okay. So that's why it's different. And let's identify what's in the zip file. Okay. Unzip. Password 16 zip. It needs a password. Of course it needs a password. We don't know what the password is, but we can crack it. So to crack the password, we need to extract the password, and we would do that with something called zip to John. So utility program, password 16.zip, and redirect that to, instead of hello, you could try password 1. True. I might try that out. You know what? We could try that out now. That's a good observation, Von Borg. Let me edit the request file. So content, instead of hello, do password 1. And we'll run the same thing to see if we get a different response. I mean, it mostly looks the same. But anyways, we should probably try cracking this password. So zip.hash, and then we will John the Ripper on zip.hash with our standard word list. rocku.txt. Okay, we of course it's password 1. Of course. All right, let's download the thing. Let's unzip the thing. Password 1. Okay, so we got the password 16.txt. We've got a list of passwords. Great. So we can try to figure out if there's access with any of these passwords here. So we're just going to create a list for all of these. So nano pass.txt, get rid of all this stuff, put in the new password list, and then we'll Hydra to brute force these passwords. SSH. So we don't have too much else to... Wait, we got one. Yeah, we got Grooti with this one over here. Yo soy Groot. Oh, that's great. Keep password 1 in the list. I mean, we've already done password brute force with password 1. So let's do remote access over here. SSH Grooti. So the password is Yosoy Groot. Let's copy that. Let's log in. I mean, this is a pretty fun box. Okay, so we're in. I guess this means we need to call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. Just a second, everybody.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. A Scary Hacker Voice Man comes in every time we break into a server. And we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Grooti Administrator, it seems that you like to have weird cryptic messages in your HTTP comments and strange cryptic messages in your databases. Well, these are both big mistakes. We decided to grab these usernames and then combine them with the passwords that we found, which enabled us to break in to your server using SSH. Maybe you knew about the security problems on your system, and maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
All right, we're back. Cromore says, F Society mask, nice. Yeah, I'm your father. Well, okay, password for Grudy. We can't run sudo on this system here. Who's in the home directory here? We've got Grudy, we've got MySQL, and we got Ubuntu. What's in the MySQL directory? Because strangely enough, it looks like we can read it. So there's nothing in here. Okay, so Gruty. What's in my home directory? Bash logout, bash rc, local cache. Selected editor. Selected editor. I've always wondered where the scary hacker mask is from. Saw photos of him on another server, but I'm clueless. I mean, that mask is from the Mr. Robot show. So if you ever watch the Mr. Robot show, you'll see that mask every once in a while. Selected editor, that's not a directory. Okay, I mean it's a blank file. So there's nothing in it. Okay, secret, private, unprivate, secret. There's a... Okay, download, generate, index, password 16 .zip. I wonder if there's some fun stuff in generate. So this is the PHP page that lets us download that file. Okay. And what about the download.php? So SUID or ENV, yeah, we should probably check those out too. So password, and then numero, and then txt. Okay, if the number is 16, then do something else. I like how they call this an IDOR. Okay, so we should probably look for some SUID stuff. So env, environment variables. I don't see anything. 8var, unprivate, okay. How about find the SUID binaries? Okay, so nothing out of the ordinary here, I don't think. Just in case, I'll pass this over to the LLM, and I'll have it analyze this to see if there's anything weird. I don't think there is. Are there any unusual SUID binaries in this list? I mean, we've checked out the unprivate folder. Okay, expected SUID binaries. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen stuff like this before in SUID. so I'm pretty sure I don't need to pay too much attention to it. No worries, Von Bark, no worries. Okay, so let's... Slyborg is raiding with a party of 35. Wow, thank you, Slyborg. I appreciate it. And welcome on in, Raiders. We're just doing a little Linux hacking session here. And everybody, welcome in. How about some war games for you all?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so Slyborg, welcome. If you're not following Slyborg on Twitch, then you really should be. So shout out Slyborg. There you go. Slyborg is a great cybersecurity student who's aiming to be a hacker and is documenting her journey on Twitch. So check her out if you want to learn about what it means to be a cybersecurity student and gaming stuff as well. Spimort, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Let's see. Got to raid and run. See you next time. See you next time, Slyborg. I think I might have shouted out the wrong channel. Yeah, this other Slyborg channel, I don't know. Linpy is the savior. I don't know if I'm going to be using Linpy's, but thank you very much. My name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity content over here on Twitch and YouTube. And if you're not part of the Discord, we just opened up a Discord. It's for everybody who's trying to get into cybersecurity, and we offer coaching over there. We try to get everybody on the right track. We've got resources, all sorts of fun stuff. Unfair Rabbit, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so this is not it. How about the op directory? Ah, there's an... Okay, so we might be able to take advantage of this script over here. So bash, and it's owned by root, right? So it's running the malicious shell script. We're trying to get root, yeah. She's a great cybersecurity student as overkill, bro. Well, I mean, there are not so great cybersecurity students, and there are better cybersecurity students. Unusual pick, but welcome in as well. Nice to have you here. Now it's super easy. Well, I mean, is it? Let's take a look at what's in that file. Okay, so it really doesn't matter. Hack Smarter is also raiding with a party of 29. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hack Smarter. Wow, all of the raids today. Anyways, we got about 17 minutes on the clock. Let's give everybody here a fun redeem. How about some oh, what haven't we done in a while? How about the numbers?
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
You want the numbers, Mason. You want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
It's all we ever wanted. We just wanted the numbers. Okay, thank you very much for following Drakkar Makina and Crispy Gaming. Thank you very much for the follows. And Unfair Rabbit is saying, "Hi Tyler, I love your fishing course." I haven't taken your fishing course, but Oxygen Eater, thank you very much. Welcome on in, and Sozo4110, and everybody else who is joining in. John Doe, that's a great name. All right, I'm just trying to finish out a little Linux hack over here. We've got a time limit about.
Who are you people? What do you want from me?
You want the numbers, Mason. You want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
Yeah, but we've got a malicious script that we're taking a look at here, and Boniface. I'm not too sure what that. Okay, so we can modify this file. So if we can modify this file and it's running as root, then we can get a root shell. So to prepare to get a root shell, I guess we can set up a reverse shell in our, let's see, let's go into the temp directory, and then let's run rlwrap and then netcat. So what we want to do is we want to have the Linux server communicate with our attacker machine over here, and then that's going to create a reverse shell connection. Because the script is running as the root user, it's going to give us root shell access if we're able to pull this off. So I mean, it shouldn't be too hard. Let's rename this terminal tab reverse shell. Okay, and let's make it a funky color. Let's make it purple. And then from the shell over here, I mean, we don't need to do anything too fancy with this reverse shell. We can overwrite the contents of the malicious.sh file, because we do have the permissions, because we're part of the group to which the file belongs. So everybody has read access, we have read and write access, which means we can just a simple reverse shell. So we know that our IP address on this Docker machine is going to be here. So it's 172.17.0.1. And let's make the reverse shell payload on revshells.com. So revshells.com, it's a great little utility website. We can craft reverse shell payloads here. 17.0.1, port 443. And then we just need to get the payload. So it doesn't need to be super complicated. Can we not do bash I? I mean, most reverse shell payloads are a little bit more complicated than that. We need to make a connection out to another server. So we're just going to echo out this stuff over here. We're going to redirect that into temp malicious.sh. And if that is being run as a cron job, which means it's running at regular intervals, then we're going to see very, very soon, we're going to see a reverse shell open up over here. We just need to wait a minute. If it doesn't happen after a minute, then we're going to have to change up our reverse shell payload. So in the meantime, what we can do is we can figure out which technologies are available to us. Oh, actually, you know what? You know what we could do? The easiest thing we could do to get a reverse shell connection is to upload a reverse shell binary. So to create the reverse shell binary, this is what we do. So we would use MSF Venom, and let's see. Let's put it in the temp directory. So this is going to create a Linux binary. When the Linux binary is activated, it'll create the reverse shell connection. So 443. Yeah, so it should be on port 443 because that's where our listener is. Okay, well, we didn't need it because the reverse shell payload that we put in there worked. So we ask who am I, we're root, so we can redeem this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, you wrote 443 and the reverse shell payload. So where did I do that? Here, yeah. So /443 is how you do it when you're using this device. So the TCP device in the Linux system, it takes this syntax. So it's the IP address / and then the port number. Well, I mean, it doesn't need to be port 443, but I prefer port 443 because it's less likely to be blocked by firewalls. It could be any port you want, any port as long as the ports are consistent. Okay, but we have our root access, so we're root. We can move into the root directory. We can read Groody.txt, which I guess is the flag. Yay! Okay, so everybody, we're finished. And we got 10 minutes to spare. Okay, so everybody, yeah, that was a lot of fun. We managed to do a lot of password cracking. We did some brute force attacks. We did some script hijacking. And wouldn't port 80 be better? I mean, you could also do port 80, but most of the, I mean, port 80 is okay. Port 443 is also okay. They're basically the same thing. Port 80 is HTTP and port 443 is HTTPS. So that's why I use port 443. Most of the time I'm using port 80 for something else, and that's why I don't use port 80. So Z Cryptor, hello, nice to see you. Nice to see you, and I see your message. Thank you. Okay, so CalicoSploit asks, can you please make shorts content on helpful stuff like that reverse shell connection just now? And I find lots of really helpful things in your live streams, and they could be nicely reviewed in shorts. Yeah, I need to come up with a list of topics to do short content, because I really need to do more of that. But yeah, so are there AD machines on the site? Not on this website, but if you're... So if you're looking for Windows Active Directory machines, you could try these two websites. So Anwar Kotak is just subscribed. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. So there's Volnex over here, and if you search by Windows, well, there are not too many Windows machines, but PicoCTF, no IG. No IG? Not sure what we're referring to. Let's see. But anyways, Volnex is one place where you could do some Windows machines. Another place you could try is HackMyVM. So hackmyvm.eu is another website that I frequently use. And there's a number of free Windows machines that you can download and hack against here as well. So you can just order by Windows. And there's no there's no Windows stuff on PicoCTF. The problem with Windows stuff is that there's licensing issues. There's a good amount of Windows machines over here on HackMyVM. So if you combine that along with the stuff that you find on Volnex, there's like 30 machines. There's pretty close to 30 machines that you can try hacking against. It's a pretty good start. And then after you're used to hacking against Windows on these free websites, you could try doing more Windows hacking over at Hack the Box. Unfortunately, that's a paid resource, but when you pay for the resource, you get access to dozens more Windows machines that you can hack against. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing next time. So this is the second stream of the week, and we're going to be doing one more stream on Friday. So what are we doing on Friday? So we usually do a variety of different stuff on Fridays, and we're going to be doing Human Resource Machine. That's going to be assembly language programming, and that's a fun little game that we play, and we're going to be doing the first hour doing that. The second hour we're going to be doing Python programming with Temperance CTF Labs at hackmyvm.eu. So this is going to be capture the flag with Python programming. And after we do that, we're going to be starting into a reverse engineering course. So I haven't done this reverse engineering course, but this is the Nightmare reverse engineering course. And if you haven't heard of it before, let me pull it up. So GitHub, Nightmare. It's a great course if you haven't learned reverse engineering before. It's also completely free. Friday, gotta get down on Friday. GX000, thank you very much for redeeming the Budweiser frogs earlier. I don't know, nobody would use that redeem unless you did. So thank you very much for using it. Okay, so so Nightmare, it's a great little course. We're going to be starting it, and hopefully we can Well, the great thing about it is that everything on the course is free. So we're going to be starting that out, and then after that, we're going to be doing a Windows machine. So a Windows machine, it's an Active Directory machine, and it's on TryHackMe. This is the soup ED code #1. So it's a pretty new machine on TryHackMe. We're going to be hacking against that. We're going to see if our Windows hacking skills are completely rusted over. They probably are, but yeah, we're going to be having a lot of fun doing that. Reverse engineering sounds so cool. Yeah. So Calico, I think you mentioned that you wanted to do reverse engineering as well. So definitely check out the GitHub repository there, and let's see if we can pay Inebriated. That's a great Twitch name, Inebriated. Let's see if we can find some cool people on the InfoSec streams list. So Aria on Friday, you said. I'm setting an alert for that. Thank you very much, LPJ. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like, am I not on the list anymore? I used to be on this list. Actually, I'm still on the list. Okay, let's see what fun users are streaming on Twitch right now, and then we can raid into them. Tomorrow, yeah, I will be around tomorrow for the in-person cybersecurity meetup in Vancouver. So if you are in Vancouver, then I would be happy to meet up. Okay, so let's raid into Moo Hoodles. Moo Hoodles is a great NASA streamer. And thank you very much to Shivren for redeeming the Nyan Cat. Okay, so we gotta go, but we'll be back on Friday, and we're going to be raiding into Moo Hoodles right now. So raid. If you're into space and NASA content, this is the streamer for you. All right, thank you very much, and if you haven't followed yet, now is a great time to follow. And if you haven't joined our Discord server, you can join the Discord server. All right, GX00, yes, they do exist. That's awesome. All right, everybody, thank you very much for watching today, and I hope to see you on Friday. We're raiding in 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.